Good morning, everybody, and a happy Wednesday. And we are on, I guess, day 4, because I called this day 3 initially of verdict watch, because really, first day was only a couple hours after closing arguments, but I guess you can count that as really day 1. So we're really technically on day 4. So I changed it to day 4. For all you nitpickers out there, changed it to day 4. So it's day 4 of verdict deliberations for Karen Reed. I think a lot of people are suspecting that today is going to be the day. We actually thought I thought it was going to be yesterday. I mean, after those notes and a little bit of an insight into what the jury's really thinking, I thought we were going to have a verdict by the end of the day yesterday. Really, probably a lot of jurors probably agree with me that they thought they're going to get a verdict yesterday, and then something happened. Maybe the foreman said, let's try one more day, try a little bit more. Let's see if we can get everybody on board with one specific verdict. And as I said yesterday, it really looks like they are ready to acquit Karen Reed on charge 1 and charge 3. And they're arguing about charge 2. It looks like they're focused on just the plain OUI, DUI, OWI, whatever you want to call it. Let's call it OUI. So it looks like that's what they were stuck about. That's what they were thinking about. And really, again, like I said, and kind of tweeted this out yesterday, is that if the jurors on the Karen Reed side who don't want to find her guilty of anything, those jurors, if they want to acquit her of everything, the best thing would be actually if they actually find her guilty of just plain OUI. Because if they hold strong and say, no, we're not convicting her of OUI, and there are a couple jurors that want to convict her on OUI and it ends up hung, well, as we spoke about yesterday, if it ends up hung on even just plain OUI, well, then it's going to be considered a hung jury for the entire charge 2, the entire manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, which would then mean that the Commonwealth can try her again on the entirety of charge 2. So this is why in Massachusetts it's a little weird. The fact that they can really find her not guilty of charge 2 for the most part, and then just hang on the DUI. And still, it looks like they hung on everything. It's one of those weird things. I mean, we're finding a lot of weird things with Massachusetts during this trial. So, well, there's the fan. As we know, there's the fan getting going. I don't know when the jury's going to be deliberating. I'm not sure if they're going to open up with going on the record or not. So we'll keep it going. Let me see what's going on in the chat. And, I'll kind of bounce out if there's nothing really much going on and if there's no real questions or anything, but let me see what we got here. Jennifer Rawson, good morning from Alabama. And that's the first comment that I have here on mine. I mean, I'm working through StreamYard. So I thought I saw some other comments on the YouTube, if I go straight to YouTube, but I'm going to have to work based on StreamYard. So I apologize if there's any comments before this one. But Jennifer Rawson, good morning from Alabama. Hiding about Bez Bangs, morning from Western New York. Donna Bonneville, good morning, brother Counsel, for a good day. That's right. I think this is going to be the day. This got to be the day. Come on. This has got to be the day. One way or the other. Hung jury, not hung jury, full acquittal on most charges. Ola says, unfortunately, I believe Jay Buckner is correct. There's only a civil trial avenue in reality. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, so I'll have to move on. Sarmin Schaefer, good morning. From, I'm not sure what CHS is, South Carolina. May we have a positive outcome today. Julie Pesch. Good morning, everyone from Missouri. I'm speaking into existence that there will be a not guilty on all. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about because the DUI is. They probably have some jurors that believe that she should be convicted of something or at least DUI. We'll see. I mean, it's just that's an interesting curveball in this verdict form this time around. The fact that was added, just plain OUI. Because I think part of it is that if the jury believes that she's not guilty on everything else, they're just going to convict her on that. Some jurors may feel like, look, this poor lady had to go through this entire trial, and they already know there's been 2 trials, by the way. If that's not clear to them now, nothing is, because as much as they tried to hide that, it came out pretty clearly. The same way that they probably understand that a separate law enforcement agency is probably the FBI or something like that. So making her go through everything and then, oh yeah, we're just going to convict her on plain DUI. Some may feel offended by that. You never know what a jury's going to do. Florida fan, good morning from steamy Florida all. And again, Florida fan says, so much anxiety, it was hard to fall asleep last night, praying for acquittal on all 3 counts. I know a lot of people have been very nervous about this. Definitely the people on the Karen Reed side. And like I've been saying for the entire time, there's no reason to be anxious. There's a very, very good chance most juries get it right. And as you know, after all the evidence came in, it was clear to me that there's just too much reasonable doubt to convict her. So I'm pretty confident that the jury's going to get it right. And if they're not all going to get it right, at the very least, some of the 12 people are going to get it right. And then, we'll end up with a hung jury. So, I believe in the system. I know it's not perfect, but I think that we can count on the jurors getting it right. So all the people that have anxiety and are nervous and are this and that, obviously you want the appropriate verdict. You want the right verdict, which is an acquittal on everything. And I think DUI is up for grabs. I think, I think you can reasonably argue that she should be convicted of plain DUI. But for all the serious charges, she should be acquitted. And that's what you want. But in case it doesn't happen, and the very least, it'll be a hung jury. So, definitely reasons to be optimistic. Do it. Good morning, beautiful people. Praying that today is FKR Day. Newman's mom, good morning. Stella Bella, not guilty. Monty, good morning. Hiding Bev's Bangs with a nice little prayer here. May today indeed be FKR Day. May the stress of this ordeal not leave a mark on her health, and may her future be filled with the greatest of opportunities and probably you mean happiness also. So I'll just throw that in. Fermented Opinion, good morning. Katie Cat, good morning, bro. Counsel and Chad. I'll be listening in while driving home to Alabama from Illinois. I think today is the day. Have some Alabama people here. Rose, good morning from Atlanta. And in case you guys want to see the fan and not me, there it is in all its glory. So as soon as it goes live or anything happens, obviously I'll go live. So don't get nervous. Curious 106, good morning, BC and BC crew from Connecticut. Free Karen Reed. Derry Amison, good morning from St. Augustine, Florida. I'm hoping for a trifecta, not guilty on all counts. We'll see. Leslie, good morning from San Francisco Bay Area, 5:58 a.m. Up bright and early to watch the verdict. Just wonder how fast they'll get to it today. Good morning from Jacksonville. Jill Fletcher from Arkansas. Dwayne, hello BC and Blurry Lights in chat. Allie Cat, good morning everyone. This way up. Hey, all fingers, toes, and any other body parts possible are crossed for a verdict today. It's got to happen today. I think everyone's really feeling it. Should have happened yesterday, but you never know with juries. Norman Shapiro, good morning from Efrat. Congrats on 35K. Appreciate that. 35,000 subscribers on our way up to 1 million. Everyone counts. Appreciate that. GJ, well, there are certain phrases that you're going to get out of this trial that you'll use probably for the rest of your life. And it's going to be one of those if you know moments. Esmeralda, good morning. Beautiful day here in Brazil. Perfect day for not guilty verdict for you, Karen Reed. Advocate 681, good morning from beautiful Oregon. Mud Rucker lets us know that the jury has been sent to deliberate. So I guess they all arrived safely. I know that I heard one of them had car problems or something. So, but it seems like according to Mud Rucker, jury has been sent in to deliberate. So let's see how long it takes. Let's see when we get the first note. Blurry Lights, our amazing moderator. I'll be popping in and out today. For those who are new or might have forgotten, I have a few posts to share. So also, we appreciate everybody coming in yesterday at last minute. We just did a quick impromptu live, and a lot of people joined us, so that's great. And also, Blurry Lights was right there, our moderator, on such little notice, so we appreciate that. So, but looks like Blurry Lights will be popping in and out today, so everyone should still behave, even if Blurry Lights is not here to moderate. KMA, good morning from Massachusetts. If anything other than not guilty, I'm seriously considering moving. I'm scared to live somewhere where this will happen, and then my tax money is being spent to prosecute innocent people. I mean, look, the Massachusetts criminal process is being broadcasted to the entire world, and not everybody is so comfortable with it. Some real weird stuff. And here's Nicoletta, or Nikki, our first Nikki. Dear God, I pray for an innocent verdict across the board for Karen Reed. All right, a lot of prayers for Karen Reed, I'm sure. Gina Kame already moved to Rhode Island, come to North Providence. Okay. Lori B is with us, my people. Glad we can hang out and watch this madness. Hopefully the end. I think so. Mudruckers has updating us. Karen and team have exited the court, and this is at 9:08. That was about 15 minutes ago around. Karen and team have exited the court and are getting into the SUV. So they'll be 10 minutes away, and if there's any notes, they'll be notified, and they'll come back to court. Slinky 2021, good morning, all. Did BC ever say why we didn't have a verdict watch Monday? I know they're terribly busy. Well, part of the reason is that I really, really did not believe we're going to have a verdict on Monday. I thought it's going to take at least one day of deliberations, and so I didn't think anything too exciting was going to happen on Monday. So that was part of the reason, and probably most of the reason. And I really didn't know if anybody really wanted to, but now that we're doing it today, because I think today we're going to have a verdict. And yesterday, when some very interesting notes were sent, and I thought they were going to have a verdict yesterday, so we went live yesterday. Here we are today. Whitney, good morning from Knoxville, Tennessee. I would love to be a fly in the room in that deliberation room. I think the problem is, if you're trying to just be a fly in the room, is that you'd probably want to jump into the deliberations yourself. It's going to be hard to, it would be very, very difficult to just sit there and watch the jury deliberate without adding in your opinion. So, especially when somebody says something ridiculous. So I don't know if I'd want to be a fly in that room. Advocate 681 have a question. Can the defense pull the jurors if and when they come back again, hung again? They can definitely ask the judge to. Sure. But what Judge Canoni decides to do is beyond what anybody can anticipate. Me Lucino, good morning, BC. Watching you from Luxembourg. Jessica Lee, good morning. Sybil C, good morning, everyone. Lativia P, good morning. Book Sweetheart, Boker Tov. Sharon Reeves, good morning, everyone. Quita G, good morning, brother. Hope they vote not guilty today. And by the way, I know Solomon's very busy today. He's got some depositions and things. But I hope when they do have a note or a verdict, I hope he'll be able to jump on and join me while we read the verdict or while the verdict is being read or other notes are being read and we can talk about it. But we'll see. No promises there because I know he's got a pretty busy day today. So I guess that answers this next question from Sybil. Will you have a guest? Which is Brother Solomon. Margaret Whitlow, good morning. Linda Vasquez, let's pray. Look, I mean, Karen Reed is causing a lot of people to turn to God, which is good, if nothing else. Afton, good morning. Jazz Johnson, I feel like we're unfortunately going to have the same thing happen this time as last time. I think this is one of the questions that the jury was asking. If they are hung on charge 2, does that mean that they're hung on all the charges? This is literally the question that they asked yesterday, which Judge Canoni I believe she said we can't answer hypothetical questions, which I'm not sure. I think that's a straight out question that's in the court rules, which talks about partial verdicts, which says that the judge may ask the jury for partial verdicts. So I think that could have been a fair question to answer. And if she doesn't answer that question, then the jury's going to be left thinking, well, if we hang on charge 2, what does that mean? And are people going to start then thinking that they have to make some sort of compromises? I don't know. But they are, right now, they don't know what to think about that, the jury. Katie Martin was flying somewhere yesterday. Not sure where. Maybe somewhere exotic, maybe a nice vacation spot. I don't know. And had a really, really hope that it would have been done by the time we landed. And it was not to be. Kathy Benz, good morning. TNK, good morning. Trish is with us. Good morning, everyone. And in case you're joining us and you're wondering what's going on in court, that's what's going on right now. The fan. And for some reason, I'm just noticing now that string coming down from the center of the fan. Was that always there? And I just never noticed it? I'm noticing it now. It's shaking away. Who knows? Melanie Gore praying for the jurors, Karen and the defense. I also hope the jurors and send question after question to Bug Bev. Oh, okay. Well, looks like I did miss the beginning. Dr. Rentschler's ham sandwich lets us know you missed the beginning. Bev told the defense to be no more than 10 minutes away, which is fine because Yannetti's office is actually 10 minutes away. So that's, everyone I think is thinking the same thing, that we're going to have a verdict today. Let's start the insanity. Only in Massachusetts, OUI. Inky Pinky. Hi, everyone. Alexi Senna. Good morning, Brother Counsel. Slightly salty. Good morning. Linda Halcrow from New Zealand. Good morning, everyone. And GJ arguing about a 3.5-year-old DUI. Come on, guys, not guilty across the board. And I think that's what a lot of jurors are. Many, I don't know a lot, but I think that that can definitely be a thought process for some of the jurors saying, give me a break. All these charges, dragging this woman through court the way that they did, through multiple trials, and it's all about a DUI. Give me a break. Forget it. I'm not finding her guilty on that, just that. So it could be that that's what some jurors are thinking. But again, if you have a couple jurors that say no, the evidence shows that she was above the legal limit of 0.08% when she was driving, and therefore they want to be a stickler and find her guilty of that. That can be where the problem is. And if they hang on that, it's going to be a hung on the entire second charge. Quizzical girl, why is the plain OUI under charge 2? Well, it's a lesser included. So the charge number 2 is manslaughter by operating a motor vehicle under the influence of a liquor. So if you parse that apart, then you can get to manslaughter. You can get to involuntary manslaughter by itself without operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. That's a lesser included. You can also get motor vehicle homicide. And you can also get operating under the influence of liquor just by itself. So if you take apart charge number 2, that's what you get. Well, Rocco, based on how that form is set up, I'd have to be willing to make a compromise of the misdemeanor of OUI. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people would do. I think that's what should be done. I mean, I think if you're on the jury, if there's any place to make a compromise, then say, fine, we'll find her guilty of that. And that at least we won't hang. But I don't think the jury understands, or they're trying to figure out if we hang on number 5, does that mean that we're hung on the entire charge, which means that they can try her again? I don't think they understand that. This little nugget, this little strategy, I don't think they understand, which is why it's better for Karen Reed for them to find guilty on OUI. Jason Betancourt, good morning, Brother Counsel. Thank you for your amazing coverage of this trial. It's been a ride, hasn't it? It's been a real roller coaster. I started following this case, I think it was January of 2024. That's when I started picking up on Karen Reed's trial or case. Started looking at some of the motions, the pretrial motions, and they were really interesting. And that really hooked me. And then as we got closer to trial, some more shenanigans. There's just so much going on. So much craziness. And we made it through the trial. Are we going to have to do this again? Are we really going to have to do this again if they hang on charge 2 and the Commonwealth decides to try her again on just charge 2? Can't imagine. I can't imagine that they would do that. Pertinent. Not sure what that name is. If jurors convict an OUI only with limited factual evidence, wouldn't this set a concerning precedent with all OUI? I don't think so. I'm not sure we're so concerned about the precedent for OUI. 99% of the times, OUI is very clear. It's very clear. You don't have like these major questions and circumstantial evidence about someone being drunk while he was driving. Most of the time, you pull the guy over, the guy can't walk straight, or the girl. So it's like as clear as day. Or they do the breathalyzer or whatever it is. So we're not going to be creating a dangerous precedent, even if this case is a little more circumstantial when it comes to the evidence. But I'm not so concerned about that. Let's start the incentive and let the DUI go. Do you go to jail for DUI? It's possible. In Massachusetts, it's very strict. And she could be facing up to 2 years, although most of the time you get probation. Most of the time you get probation, especially if it's a first offense. So if she just gets convicted on DUI or OUI, what is Judge Cannone going to sentence her to? Is she going to throw the book at her and lock her up for 2.5 years? I mean, if you want to cause more public outrage, just do that. Really what she should do is just give her probation. Okay, Mudrucker reminds me, Brother Counsel, they did open on the record. Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I joined when they were already off the record. Who knows? Who would have thought they start on time at 9 o'clock in the morning? I mean, when did that ever happen? So I started the stream at 9:10, and apparently this was the first day since they ever started this case that they were on time. So I apologize. TNK, how can either of these families start to heal with another hung jury? It's been years of chaos. Has been years of chaos. And I told you, I've said this before, I feel bad for the O'Keefe family. I feel bad for Peggy O'Keefe. I mean, who doesn't? But I think part of the feelings is that she's putting her faith in this prosecution and this investigation, which was flawed all over the place. It's just a terrible investigation. Everyone who's looking at this case says there's a lot of really weird things going on with this investigation and this case, and odd rulings. So that's part of the problem. When you don't have a complete and full investigation and a proper investigation, and you can end up perhaps with the wrong defendant. It's definitely not going to feel, I don't think that they should feel just, even if Karen would get convicted, I don't know if that would give them a feeling of that justice prevailed, because there's a good chance they got the wrong defendant. A very good chance. Would that make you feel good? Would that make you feel good that if because of your loss, some other person who is innocent ends up in jail, you'd feel good about that? That wouldn't give you any sort of sense of closure or justice. Little Miss, good morning, my peeps. Dwayne at BC, we love you. Thank you for that. Glad you joined us today. We are waiting. Hopefully we'll get a verdict today. BB McD, good morning. Late night from Australia. Everybody's hoping that the verdict comes in at 227, but I don't think Karen Reed would mind if the verdict comes in earlier and they're able to just put this to bed earlier. Sure, they wouldn't mind that. Too many jewels? That would be so messed up that they hang on the OUI and she'll be tried again for manslaughter. That's the problem. That is exactly the problem with this verdict form. It's just ridiculous. It makes absolutely no sense. And even if the SJC has approved this form, well, then I'm not sure what the SJC is drinking. Kelly, good morning. Watching from an overcast Chicago. Started off here pretty rainy today, but got better. Janine Maui, aloha from Maui. Here's the question, Sybil: Is it defense's mistake to put DUI? And this is the question. I was surprised. I didn't think that they should have done it. I understand the thinking, like, oh, maybe the jury wants to find her guilty of something, so just throw DUI in there. But I was a little surprised by it, and it never sat well with me that it was the defense suggesting it. But we'll see. Maybe it'll play out in their favor. Maybe they'll come back with a guilty on DUI, which is what the defense, I think, put it on there for. BB McD sends $2.99. Good morning, late night from Adelaide. AR Azul became a new member. Thank you for that. Joining the Brother Counsel Sidebar membership. SL123. Could and would Karen appeal if found guilty of OUI? Definitely could. Definitely could appeal. Not sure if she would, but she could. Let's see what we got here. If they hang on number 5, but write it in not guilty in each of the charges, number 2, plus the lesser charges 1 to 4, could the judge accept it as the jury noted? No. From my understanding, no. If this is what the law is in Massachusetts, as a jury, you can't override the law. So if you hang on number 5, it doesn't matter how many times you write not guilty and everything else. Unfortunately, it's not going to help. Welcher's finger painting, gifted 5 Brother Counsel memberships. Appreciate that. Let's get back to the other chat here. Jersey Tomato. Good morning, Brother Counsel and BC moderators and family. Jennifer Ross. It's a hot one in Alabama. It was pretty hot here yesterday also, and it's going to be hot next week in Michigan. So it's going to get hot under the suit. Maybe we'll have to take the jacket off, if you can even imagine such a thing. Mary watching from Sydney. Caddy, ready for a verdict? We all are. We're all here waiting. I think it's going to come today. Slinky 2021. Good morning, chat family. Let's see what we have from Fletch Lives. Any ideas what we will see from you next, Brother Counsel? I'm already having premature BC withdrawals. You can't have premature withdrawals. I'm here. I'm right here. We are right here. We are all together right here. You can't have any withdrawals. As long as we're here, at least. Like I've said before, I think the next trial I'm going to be focusing on is Koberger. I don't know if there's anything more of public interest between now and the end of July, August. I think his trial is supposed to start beginning of August. And from what I hear, there's a lot of very interesting evidence there. And I really would like to do a deep dive there. That's the tragic story with the 4 college students who were murdered. And he's being charged with their murder. So from what I heard, I just heard little bits and pieces about it. I've been hearing, it's not as cut and dry as maybe some people think. I'm not sure. And again, I really want to do a deep dive into that. So I did cover a little bit of it. Like there was an interesting issue about the death penalty. In fact, the 2 options, by the way, now that we're talking about it, the 2 options when it comes to Brian Koberger, if he is found guilty, is the death penalty is on the table, and the 2 ways that they carry out the death penalty in Idaho is either by injection, lethal injection, although that just failed on somebody else. There was a guy that they tried to put to death that way, and it failed. And the other way is firing squad. And in case you thought that they don't do firing squads anymore, they do. That is the second option in Idaho. And there was a bunch of motions, or at least a lengthy motion about that. That's one thing that I did cover so far because it was a very interesting, I thought it was a very interesting issue, a legal issue there. The motion was denied, so the death penalty is still on the table. And if they can't get a hold of these drugs for the lethal injection, then if he's found guilty, he could potentially be facing a firing squad. That I think is going to be the next trial. I know that there's some other Massachusetts stuff like Brian Walsh. I think that's one. And unfortunately, Sandra Birchmore is in federal court, so we're not going to see what's going on there. I know that, but I did get some requests for Brian Walsh. But I don't think his trial is set yet, and I don't think anything really of interest is coming up before August 1st. I mean, there may be like a couple of trials here and there that Court TV is playing or whatever. If people are interested in that, I may cover it. But if you know anything specifically that you want, put it in the chat. I'll take a look. I know that the Donna Adelson trial is also coming up, but I think that there's a conflict. I mean, it's going to be at the same time as Brian Koberger, so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to cover both Donna Adelson and Brian Koberger. So if I'm going to have to pick one, I think I'm going to pick Brian Koberger. As much as I've been following Donna Adelson a lot, and I covered the Charlie Adelson trial, and so we'll see. I mean, I think that's what's going to be our next project here. But if you guys have another trial that you want me to cover, and it's coming up between now and August, let me know. We'll cover it. Robert DeVola, can the judge ask for a straw poll from the jury and see where they stand on each count? No. The judge is not allowed to do anything like that. Let's see what else we have here. Gabby, very incisive coverage, BC. Enjoying Brother Salomon as well. Yes, everybody loves Brother Salomon. He is awesome, I have to say. He is my brother. And everybody loves him. Nola's Adventures, new member. Thank you for that. April M 1480. Hi from Lenawee County, Michigan. All right. Another fellow Michigander here. April. Walking away with only an OUI is still a win. Absolutely, Freaky Nerd. That's what I'm saying. Just convict her on OUI. The problem here is that I don't think the jury realizes that if they hang on 5, then that's considered to be hung on the entire charge. And they may think that if they really want to free Karen Reed, they want to find her not guilty of everything. We'll see. Tony Always, hi from Scotland. Maname, hi BC. First time commenting in your chat. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Mano. This is the greatest chat in all of YouTube world. I assure you of that. That's why people like coming back here, because we have a great chat. Not so much for me. They like coming back for the chat. So I don't mind. Mary May. Oh, I think we did this already. Okay, I'm going a little bit back. Malone Love, I've lost count on appeal issues. So do you think defendant has left enough record just in case? There is so many strong appealable issues at this point. If she would get convicted, they would have a very strong appeal. Okay, there's a lot of issues, and yeah, I haven't kept track either, but there's some pretty strong issues. I think, by the way, it's quite possible that that's why the Commonwealth did not even call Crosby, because that order allowing Crosby to testify as an expert was so ridiculous without having to undergo a Daubert hearing. It's very possible that that's why Hank Brennan didn't even call Crosby, because he felt that if Crosby would have come and testified and they would have won the trial, found her guilty, it would be such an easy reversal. So maybe that's why he didn't even call Crosby. That can definitely be. That's what's going through my mind. To try to take away at least another very strong appealable issue, because that's blatant. That's a real problem. I mean, Dog is calling that I have an appointment at 1 o'clock. That's when the verdict will come in. Barbie's 2 bits. Good morning from Wisconsin. Beautiful day here, and praying for an acquittal to go with it. It's turning nice, kind of nice in Michigan also. So CC, Massachusetts and New Hampshire licensed defense investigator here. I was blown away with Hank trying to give the jurors a time for the OUI. If it wasn't in the indictments, they can't just make up a time later. That's the problem. In the charging documents, they didn't identify a time of which they're charging with OWI. And everybody remember, do not underestimate the power of empathy. Good morning, everyone. Happy Wednesday, and happy Wednesday to you. Kent Jensen, good morning, VC, and people in the chat. Kent from Norway here. Hello, Kent. Katie, Caddy, I think she'll be guilty of just OUI. I kind of agree with you. I think that would make sense. Just convict her of OUI, everything else an acquittal, and then we're done. Mel 1026, hi from Gold Coast, Australia. Trish D shares the bad news that the Panthers won last night. Unfortunately, the Florida Panthers beat the Edmonton Oilers, and Edmonton is now without a cup. So I'm sorry to break the news to everybody. I know that most of you in the chat were going for the Oilers. Connor McDavid, everyone feels that he deserves a cup. And Florida has one of the most unlikable players that they picked up, but definitely helped them. Definitely helped them win. But you got to give credit where credit's due. So congratulations to the Florida Panthers. As much as we were going for the Oilers, what can you do? Good morning, brother, and chat fingers crossed. Finger Karen Reed. Chaim Budnick, good afternoon, people. Jury already sent to deliberate. Saw this on a different live stream. Yes, that's what I'm hearing. Jury's deliberating right now. We'll see how quick it goes. And this is what's going on in court right now. The fan with the string, with that string. Too many jewels. If they convict of OUI, was it the most expensive OUI trial in the history of Massachusetts or even the U.S.? What do you think, brother counsel? I would say it's probably only the most expensive OUI by like 1,500 times what they normally spend, maybe, on an OUI. I mean, yeah, of course. Are you kidding me? There's millions of dollars on this case. Millions. Between the first trial, the second trial, the amount of money that was spent on this case, and if all they get conviction is an OUI, first offense, where really she should only face probation, yeah, it's not even close. Here's another question. Kelly says another important comment. I believe the jury is so worried that if they check guilty on the OUI, that she'll be convicted on all. They're confused, and Bev really could have helped them. Well, that was one of the first questions, which is why they amended the verdict form. So they made that clear. She did make that clear that if she is found guilty on just OUI, that means that she's just guilty on OUI and nothing else. So that part is clear. There's an amendment to the verdict form. I think they may not realize that if they hang on OUI, then it's considered a hung jury on the entirety of the charge 2. Whitney M., if the defense wouldn't have added the lesser charges, do you think we'd have a verdict by now? Yeah, quite frankly, I think we do. I think we would. I think we would have a verdict and would be not guilty across the board. Saul Kaplan, good morning. Can you really briefly review the charges again? Thought 3 was the OUI. I'll be happy to. Got nothing else to do here anyway, but let me just take some of these super chats because we appreciate that. This is from Edward. Hello, Edward. Feels she has strongest appeal versus OUI, but as far as hung jury issues on OUI seems unconstitutional, but nothing in the U.S. Constitution about triple jeopardy. I guess. Love the depots I've watched of Solomon in Cook County. Yes, Solomon has some depth. Actually, he's actually taking a depth today. I'm not sure if he's going to be involved in a depth today. I think he's taking it, and it's going to be pretty crazy. He already gave me a little bit of a rundown of the depth. It's going to be pretty crazy. I told him to make sure to record it and post it. So we'll see what happens there. Aaron White, is there anything to prevent the jury from just literally writing in their verdicts for each charge so that their mind is made known clearly? There's nothing wrong with them doing it, but the judge is not going to accept it. Okay, if they just write not guilty and make up their own stuff, the judge is going to say, thank you very much, but you have to fill out the verdict form. Okay, so follow directions. That's what you have to do. You've got to follow my directions. So it's not going to help. And I know there's been some creative ways of filling out the verdict form that have been posted all over social media, but that wouldn't fly. Okay, it just wouldn't fly. Jazz Pill, hi from rural Victoria of Australia. We have a few Australians. Sharon Yox, another Australian here. Good day to you. OT, hello everyone. I'm a believer, so I am not anxious at all. It's God's decisions through the people. Let's start the insanity. Florida Panthers rule. Welcher's finger painting. Good evening, all. Please, can we have a darn not guilty verdict across the board today? Please, oh. Sorry about that. We just had a little bit of a glitch there. Now I got to get back to that comment in order to take it off the screen. Here we go. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's a bunch of comments I must have missed because there's a little glitch here. So I got signed out of StreamYard for a moment. But we're back. I don't know. StreamYard's going through some interesting issues these days. And the entire world uses it, like all of the creators. So hopefully they'll get their act together. LG says that the fan string, as you can see right here, see that string, is a bad omen for a hung jury. Christine Quill, brother, if she is found not guilty on all counts, if you were her attorney, would you suggest she moves out of state to restart her life? I would be worried for her to stay in Massachusetts. That's an interesting question. I think there has to be more to that discussion. And it could be that the attorney is not the best person to have that discussion with her. But I can definitely see that she would have issues remaining in Massachusetts. I can definitely see her deciding to move out of state after this is over. Floral Paris, good morning from California. I was concerned yesterday for AJ when the questions came out. Tell the other defense attorney on hot mic I can't do this again. So if hung, will AJ go on to 3.0? I'm not sure where that was. That hot mic from? Was that Alan Jackson or was it the prosecutor? I thought somebody said that it was actually Hank Brennan saying that. Trials are hard, especially long trials like this. But there's no better person to try it than Alan Jackson. There's no better person. So I don't think he's concerned about that. So I don't know who was talking in that hot mic. And also, like I said, when you have, I've spoken about this before, when you have an innocent client, it's obviously much more important for you to try that case and to give that person, the best shot that they can get. And if you are the person for that, then, and you know the case better than anybody else, then you should be the person to do it. It's different if you have a person who, you're not so sure if they're innocent or not. But here, if you feel very strongly that there is so much reasonable doubt here, which I think a lot of attorneys do, which is why I think a lot of attorneys would be happy to step in and help Karen Reed in this case, in case for whatever reason any of her attorneys have to step away. I'm sure many attorneys would be happy to take this case and that's probably why Robert Alessi got involved, because they read these facts, they read the issues, and they look through the evidence, and they say, hey, we have an innocent person who may be put away now. And that's no jokes. And that's something that we have to fight against and stand up for. So, I don't think Alan Jackson would ever step away from this case. He's the best person to try this case. He knows the case backwards and forwards. He has the relationship with the client. He has the trust of the client. He has the confidence of the client. Like even if it would be a third trial, I think he is the one that has to do it. If for whatever reason he has to step away, for whatever other reason, there'll be a line out the door of extremely qualified trial attorneys who would be more than happy to step in and take this case. Because some attorneys actually are not just out to make as much money with every case as possible. And a guy like Alan Jackson, and again, if we take their word on it, that he's doing this case for free and he's not charging, he's losing money then every single day that he's trying this case. He could be billing clients and handling high-profile clients that are paying clients. But, it comes to a certain point in your career where you've made enough money and you're happy with what you've done and what you've built. And now you just want to actually make a difference and do it for the right reasons. And I'm sure that there'll be, there comes to mind, Robert Alessi. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not going to go back to their practice after this trial is over and charge clients. Of course, they're going to, because that's the nature of our business. But when you find a case like this, where it speaks to you and you're offended by it, or you're offended by the prosecution, and you're an attorney that can help and make sure that innocent people stay out of jail, then, many attorneys would jump at that opportunity. I know Solomon, my brother, does that a lot. If he has a person that's being unfairly prosecuted, and Solomon is not cheap, but if he sees a case where he can help out, he'll jump in and, he'll help out. Well, speaking of the devil, look who just joined us. Solomon.
Good morning. What do you mean, speaking of the devil? What'd I miss?
No, I was just talking about you. We're talking about, somebody made a comment about perhaps Alan, there was some sort of hot mic moment yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody whispered, one of the attorneys at either side whispered to the other attorneys when notes were coming out, and I guess they're anticipating a hung jury, and one of them said something like, I can't do this again. So I thought yesterday that somebody said that it was the prosecutor, Hank Brennan, but now somebody in the chat said maybe it was Alan Jackson even saying that. And then they were talking about, if Alan Jackson would step away from this trial or not want to, would he ever not want to try this case again? And I was saying, that Alan Jackson, the reason why he's involved in this case is because he feels very strongly about Karen Reed's innocence, and it's different. There's something obviously very different about this case than many of his other cases where he's actually getting paid. And this is because he actually feels for Karen Reed. And I was saying that there's no better person to try this case than Alan Jackson. He knows the case better than any other lawyer. Any lawyer that gets involved now has to get caught up, just like Hank Brennan tried to get caught up. And it's an uphill battle. And he has a relationship with the client. He has a confidence of the client. But I was saying that this is the type of case that even if Alan Jackson would step away from, there would be attorneys lined up out the door, very experienced in trials, ready to handle this case, because when you look at a lot of these facts and evidence, they feel strongly like you do, Solomon. I'm sure you would be also lined up happy to help with this case because of your strong feelings and what you don't want someone to go away for when they're innocent.
Look, if they needed my help on this, I'd be happy to help. But the reality of the situation is they don't need me. They've got an exceptionally good legal team. And, I've been thinking about this back and forth. Something that I think we've said over and over and over again, probably too many times, is you never know what a jury's going to do. But the more I think about it, the more I think we're going to have a verdict. I really do. I'd really like to believe that the jury is going to come back and they're ultimately, whichever holdouts there are on count 5, I'd like to believe they're either going to all get on board with finding her guilty of that lesser included of drunk driving, or all get on board with finding her not guilty. But I'll tell you one thing, and that's very nice to see, which is obvious. The jury is working very, very hard to do their job. They're not letting sympathy play a role. They're not letting the media play a role. They're not letting the publicity play a role. Or I think they would have already had a verdict, even with that lesser included. But I guess we'll see. I saw that hot mic moment. I'm really curious if Alan Jackson would try this case again, if he had to. I'd like to think he would. He's an exceptionally good attorney. I think there's little question that he's the best attorney in that courtroom. And it takes a special kind of attorney to be able to put up with a judge like Judge Cannoni. I know that you've seen some of my trials, and there was that one in particular that we've talked about several times where I had little choice but to tell the jury, please disregard what the judge's opinion is. And they did. That was a not guilty murder case. But walking into an out-of-town court, first of all, right off the bat, and I walk into a lot of out-of-town courts, right off the bat, there's going to be some hostility because you're an out-of-towner, and every court likes to believe that we have the best attorneys in the country working here, and there's no need to bring in an out-of-town lawyer. So there's that automatic hostility. Once you get over that, then there's dealing with a hostile judge. So we would have to find a group of attorneys, assuming that this group is no longer willing to proceed, who are not only willing but able to work in that kind of environment for free. And the truth is, I'd be willing to bet that if they would put up a GoFundMe to cover her legal expenses,
Well, they did.
They'd be able to find. Yeah, I'm just assuming that they would have no problem hiring the best lawyer in the country if that's what they had to do. But
I heard that they raised over $1 million, but all the attorneys that are working on this case have said, Alan Jackson represented this, that none of them are getting paid. Their costs are being covered, but they're not getting paid like their hourly fees. Can you imagine what their hourly fees would? You have like Robert Lussey, who's like this partner in one of these Manhattan firms, I think, like senior partners. You can imagine what his hourly rate is. And then you have Alan Jackson from LA, and you got David Yannetti, who's no small shakes. You have Elizabeth Little, who's I don't think she's Alan Jackson's associate, but so so you get all these attorneys together and you start talking about hourly rates. It would be. But I heard that they're doing it pro bono essentially, except their costs are being covered. So maybe their hotel stays, food, and their travel, plane tickets, things like that. That's probably being covered, but they're not getting paid their hourly fee. And by the way, Solomon, I don't know if that hot mic was Alan Jackson. I'm not sure if it was Alan Jackson as opposed to Hank Brennan. I'm not sure.
Yeah. The truth is, I'd like to believe that any attorney who would do this case pro bono will put a lien on any future civil case. Because I think, and I've said this already a while ago, I think that the inevitable result of this case is that Karen Reed is going to be an exceptionally wealthy woman. And when that happens, obviously, there's probably going to be a different group of attorneys that litigate that case. Those are going to be civil attorneys. Could be that these attorneys who are on the criminal case will work co-counsel or together with whichever attorneys ultimately file those lawsuits. But I would think that even if they don't work counsel with those lawyers, they'll at least put a lien on the case. What that basically means is that if they have, let's say, 1,000 hours at $500 an hour, they'll put a $500,000 lien on any future lawsuit, so that if Karen Reed gets a $10 million lawsuit settlement at some point, then the attorneys get paid. That's what I would think is probably happening here. But again, this is nothing but guesswork.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. They'd be completely entitled to that because they've worked their kishkes off, as we like to say in Yiddish, and they've done a heck of a job. Really a heck of a job. This defense was one of the best presentations I've ever seen in any case.
Yeah. I mean, he's really good. I mean, it's really good. Trish D says $4 super sticker. Thank you for that. Laura Winterstein, thank you for that super sticker. Balloon Not Scott, it is the mucus that binds us. All right. Deaver's rehummed memory. I shouldn't make fun. Dever rehummed memory, because Solomon, I didn't play this part for you. Maybe I should. But when Alan Jackson was asking Kelly Dever on the stand, about her memory, at one point he said something about Deaver, like he said like Deaver instead of Dever, and then she's like, "Well, that's actually not my name." Like the same way that you mispronounced my name, I forgot whatever it was. So, anyway, her rehome memory, gift to 10 Brother Counsel memberships. Thank you very much for that. Anyways, what I was saying.
Who had that quote about the mucus that binds us? Who just said that?
Right here. Balloon
not Scott. So to Balloon Not Scott, the only thing I say is, I'm ready to go in, coach. Laces out, Dan.
Is that a quote? Yeah, I'm not familiar with anything.
It's Ace Ventura. We're aging ourselves.
Oh, really? Okay. It's a long time ago. Yeah. So I was just going through this. So actually, somebody. Oh, look at this, Solomon. Maya Sweetcake says Turtle Boy gave a shout out to BC and Solomon yesterday. So
if you've got
to
a quote of that, or if you can clip that video and send it to us, I'd be very much obliged.
Yeah, why don't you send us that? Send it to my email, brothercounsel99@gmail.com. Actually, I just started a new email address because brothercounsel.com is going to be active soon. So we have a new email address for everybody. It's going to be martin@brothercounsel.com. So either one works right now. But I'd definitely like to get that clip. Show us that clip, and I'll play it for everybody while we're waiting.
Remind everybody how to spell Brother Counsel, because counsel is spelled two ways.
Well, it's only spelled one way when you're talking about Brother Counsel. But as you can see in the logo on the top right of the video, that's how you spell Brother Counsel, right there. So that's what it is, brothercounsel99@gmail.com or martin@brothercounsel.com. Here's from Breeze Coyote. It's a lot easier to make a super defense when the cops are crooked. And when the cop is saying 0 chance she skates a couple hours after he starts the investigation, that doesn't help the prosecution's case. Deanna, my wife, Ann Ward Behan, says hello, guys. Familiar with her, Solomon?
No.
Sorry, me neither. But hello back. Glad that she's a fan of the show. I'm glad that you are. So, Solomon, tell us about this deposition you got going on today.
Oh, this was an interesting one. This is going to be one that you're probably going to want to cover on your show. We're suing some prison officials. And during round one of depositions, there was some testimony given by one of the prison officials. And then subsequently, there were some text messages and Facebook messages that were produced from somebody else, which demonstrated in no uncertain terms that one of the prison officials committed perjury. So we got to retake the deposition of that particular prison official today. And it included nuggets like, did you commit perjury? Yes. It was that explicit. It's still being litigated, so I don't want to talk about too many details or give away where this case is or who it involves. But at some point in time in the future, this may certainly be something that your audience is interested in.
Wow. Sounds interesting. So when is that going on, Solomon?
Well, that we just finished it. We just wrapped it up a few minutes ago, right before I joined you. And there's going to be some motion practice that follows that deposition, obviously. We're going to be seeking appropriate sanctions. And if necessary, we're going to go to trial. But this is the kind of case that I have no problem trying. You just put that right in front of a jury that the defendant admitted to committing perjury. And then kind of take it there. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear two stories. You're going to hear a story from the plaintiff and a story from the defendant. The good news is the defendant is letting you know right off the bat who's being truthful. Because, click, push play, play the part where it says, did you commit perjury? Yes. Game, set, match, as they say in tennis.
Yep. Quita G, in the case of a retrial, Solomon, would either of you join her team if asked? Also, how would you describe reasonable doubt to a jury? They clearly do not understand it. Now, the second part of the question I'll talk about, and Solomon, you can talk about the first part. I think Alan Jackson did a great job trying to explain reasonable doubt, explaining that even if you're very convinced or it's very likely that she did it, that's still not good enough. The moral certainty, he's definitely spent a lot more time this closing argument on reasonable doubt. It is a little bit of a legal concept which is not always very easily understood, which I think a lot of jurors don't understand, which is why you can get more guilty verdicts than may be necessary. But Solomon, if you're asked to join her team, if there's a trial 3.0, what's your answer?
I'd be happy to join her team. They're not going to ask me. They don't need me. I'd be happy to join her team if they asked. It's kind of like saying, if you won the lottery, would you collect the money? Of course you would. Are you going to? No, you're not. you know.
Hey, but, you never know.
Right. Okay. I mean, it's the kind of situation where justice demands it, and as attorneys, we all take an oath to uphold the Constitution and uphold the law. And if I know that you know this, that pro bono work is a big part of my practice. I do as much as I possibly can. This case would require just an insane number of hours. But again, if there's any way that I could be of service, obviously I'd be happy to talk to their team. But like I said, they don't need me and they're not going to ask me. As far as the underlying question of how I explain reasonable doubt to a jury, here's the problem, and I'll tell you what I do about it. The problem is that no matter what you say to a jury about reasonable doubt, the judge then gets up and not only explains reasonable doubt, but says a specific instruction. If I ever say the law differently than the lawyer, you are to disregard what the lawyer says and listen to me. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what the jury hears. So you need to be very careful when you argue law to a jury. Okay, and it's something that all lawyers always keep in mind. You have to keep in mind that the jury is ultimately going to be instructed that if there's a difference between you saying the law and what they say in the law and what the judge says in the law, they disregard you and listen to the judge. So when I argue law, what I do is two things. First of all, I show them the actual jury instruction that they're going to see. Okay, that way I'm not arguing law. I'm showing them what the law is. And the second thing I'm going to say is I point to the judge and I say, Judge so-and-so is going to instruct you that this is the law. Judge so-and-so is going to instruct you that the law is this. Applied to our facts, here's how I think the law has to be applied. That's how I like to argue the law. So in Massachusetts, there's idea of moral certainty. That's obviously a very tricky standard. I don't know who wrote these things. Very often I read legal standards and I read legal jargon, and I wonder if lawyers purposely wrote it so that regular people without law degrees just can't understand it. But it is what it is. You got to have to roll with the punches. In Michigan, the instruction for reasonable doubt is it's just that. It's a doubt that you can attach reason to. So what I'll do is I'll blow up that instruction and I'll read it to the jury, and I'll say that multiple times, and I'll say that the judge is going to explain that reasonable doubt means a doubt that you can attach reason to, and then kind of take that and say, okay, now when this happened in the trial and this person testified to this and this evidence showed this, that is a doubt that you can attach reason to. Did my client commit this crime? Well, let's see. Maybe not. Why not? That's a doubt. Why not is a doubt. Is there a doubt? Is there a reason that we can attach to that doubt? And then you kind of attach the doubt to the reason, and then that's how you kind of get to beyond a reasonable doubt. So when you say that there's no, that the evidence is so strong that you know beyond a moral certainty, I wouldn't even know where to go from there. But obviously that's one of the things that I work on, is to try to figure out what's the best way to cut this down into layman terms. Not only that the judge and not only that what the judge says and what I say sound exactly the same, but also so that you can easily apply it to the facts. That's obviously what you want to do as a trial lawyer. It's very tricky. Describing reasonable doubt to a jury is very tricky. It's got to be done very artfully, because if you argue it too strongly, it looks like you're being untruthful. And if you don't argue it strongly enough, you're not conveying to the jury just how strong of a burden that is.
Something that really made an effect on me once, I was actually trying a case which I won, but the other side did something very compelling, I thought, in their closing argument. And it's something that I kind of plagiarize now in the future using it in trials. And that is that I was a plaintiff. We were the plaintiff. We were suing for, there's certain damages that I was trying to collect, whatever. And we went to trial, and we tried put on our case, and the defense attorney gets up in the closing arguments. He argues the case, why he should win. And then at the end of it, he says, ladies and gentlemen, every verdict tells a story. And sometime after this case is over, you're going to be going home and talking to your family, talking to your friends. And then you could talk about the case, obviously. So they're going to be asking you about the case. And they're going to ask you what happened. What was your verdict? And you're going to be telling them, and he tried to spin it in a way. And you're going to be telling them, that you found for the plaintiff. And he says, you're going to say that despite all of our evidence, this, that, and the other thing, you found in favor of the plaintiff. How's that story going to sound when you tell that over? And that's how he left it. Now, since I got rebuttal, I picked up on that, and I said, the defense attorney's right. Every verdict does say a story. And I said, let's think about the story you're going to be saying over if you find for the defense. And I said, over all this, despite all this evidence, that evidence, all the evidence, and just kind of use that against them. But I thought that that's an interesting concept to kind of, the jury will put them in their own minds, how they're saying over their story and how they're saying over their verdict and trying to explain their verdict. So, I mean, it's something that I always think about now in trials, trying to use that. Let me ask you another question, Salman. Another question that came in. Too many jewels. If convicted of OUI, it's appealed, overturned, will there be a new trial on manslaughter or only OUI?
Oh, wow.
So I think, Salman, again, I think what's going on here, if she's convicted of a lesser included only, if she's convicted of only OUI and nothing else, and then she gets appealed and overturned, will there be a new trial on manslaughter? I cannot imagine that there would be a new trial on manslaughter.
I haven't looked up Massachusetts law, and every time I guess something about Massachusetts law, it seems like I'm wrong. So I'm not going to guess. But I think, and again, this is just kind of the civil rights side of me and the due process side of me. I would think that if she's tried, I know how due process applies it in Michigan and in certain other states and jurisdictions. I'd be very, very surprised if she can be tried again on the underlying charge of manslaughter if she's only found guilty of drunk driving. I would be completely shocked. But again, nothing about Massachusetts surprises me anymore, because every guess I've made about their legal system, I've been wrong about. I'd like to believe that they would not be able to try her again, though, on the underlying charge, only on the drunk driving charge.
Oh, okay. First of all, I do. Hold on. First of all, I agree with you. Second of all, the reason why I agree with you is that on the amended verdict slip, and somebody did send me an email, but unfortunately, it's going to be hard to show us because it's not a PDF. If somebody has a PDF of the amended verdict slip, we can pull it up. It's just going to be a little more difficult. I'll try it this way. But if you have a PDF,
I guess,
you can send
yeah,
it.
you know what? As I think about it, the way the jury instruction is written, it's written that if you find her guilty of one of the higher lesser includeds, then you check that box. If not, you proceed to the bottom. If you find her guilty of the lowest lesser included, the finding based on the verdict form is that you're finding her not guilty of the higher charges.
Exactly.
So I would think that with a finding, obviously with a hung jury, it's a different story, as we've learned.
Right. And that's something that the amended verdict, that's why I wanted to pull it up. The amended verdict slip makes that clear, that if you find not guilty of this lesser included, then continue and answer the next question, which, so again, it's clear that you're finding her not guilty on everything above 1 through 4, let's say. Here's a question for you, Solomon Albee. Is this a long deliberation for OUI? Have you ever tried a case that's just OUI?
I have. And probably not as many as Larry Foreman. What's that?
What was your defense?
Oh, brother. Well, I mean, different cases have different offenses. There's one in particular that I remember where this case kind of still embarrasses me that I was that this was my defense, but I didn't really have much of a choice. My client was driving. I mean, here's what the conviction was, and this was a long time ago, so I think it's very unlikely that my client will see this or that anybody will have any clue what I'm talking about. Otherwise, there's no way I would divulge this. This was probably 12 or 13 years ago. My client was driving in a snowstorm and spun out and hit a snowbank. And somebody who witnessed that called 911 and then pulled over to wait for the police to arrive. The police arrived, saw my client behind the wheel of the car in the snowbank, helped him get out, towed the car out, smelled alcohol in his breath, tested him, and he was...
Give me 1 second, because we're having just... Salman, give me 1 second. Salman, give me 1 second. I think we were just having a little bit of technical difficulties, but try again.
Is this better?
Yeah. I don't think it's you. I think it was me.
Oh, okay. So where did I lose you?
It's just from the beginning of the story.
Oh, okay. So my client's... Okay, so here's what happened. My client's driving, and again, this is a long time ago, so if there was any way of anybody finding out who I was referring to, there's no way I would share the story. Even though it's not privileged because it's all public record, still I wouldn't share something like this because it's negative. But what happened was my client was driving and spun out in a snowbank, and somebody saw that and called 911. And the police arrived and helped him out, helped him get out of the car, towed his car out of the ditch. And then they smelled alcohol in his breath, so they gave him some field sobriety tests, which he failed. And then he ended up blowing very high. It would be considered super drunk. Problem is he already had a prior drunk driving offense. He may have had 2. And if he would have another conviction, then he would lose his license to drive a truck, which obviously would be very harmful for him. So we ended up in trial. And at trial, what we tried to convince the jury of was that his girlfriend was driving. And this is the story they told me, so they were allowed to present this to the jury. His girlfriend was driving, spun out, hit the ditch, and he was in the passenger seat. And he was so angry that she crashed his car that she got out and ran home in about a foot of snow, like about a mile, without leaving any footsteps. Then he got into the driver's seat of the car and was trying to get the car out of the snowbank. And the problem with this was twofold. Number one, there were eyewitnesses who had nothing to gain by lying. Literally, people who saw what happened and called 911. And when they heard this story, they just got up and said, yeah, there was no girlfriend there. That's, big problem, number one. Number two is that there was no, like I said, there were no footprints. So it was a really tough case to try. The jury ended up taking probably about a half hour and then convicted. And then the judge kind of mocked me at sentencing for trying to convince the jury of a story that, according to his quote, a group of third graders wouldn't have fallen for. But sometimes you just got to kind of roll with the punches that you're given and try a case that you have very little chance of trying. I've tried cases that I didn't think I would win. There was a murder case that I tried for a month that seemed impossible from day one. And it was, I think we may have talked about this one, but it was triple homicide. He was found guilty of 2. So he's only serving 2 life sentences and not 3. But it was a case where there was no offer that was made. The guy was in his 60s. He had no reason not to go to trial, so we went to trial. That's just kind of what happens sometimes in criminal cases. I saw a billboard once, brilliant billboard. It said, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, which is, it's a dirty way of thinking, but it's true. If the prosecutor doesn't prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, a jury can't convict you. And there have been juries who have done that. There have been juries who have come out with not guilty verdicts, and they were upset at the prosecutor for not proving their case. I had a case one time where the jury came out, they found my guy not guilty, and they told me afterwards they were cursing out the prosecutor. They said, we know your client's guilty, but the prosecutor didn't prove it. And I thanked them for doing their job. I told them that their job is not to determine, based on what they know, who's guilty and who's not. It's based on what evidence was presented. And if the evidence is not sufficient, you can't find them guilty. Our system is too important for one case to override it. So that jury did their job.
Yeah. It looks like, by the way, I just see some people in the chat saying that the jury's coming back in soon. Some reports. So maybe we will have a verdict soon. I'm trying to see on Twitter if anyone's talking about it. I don't see it. Let's see what we got here. No, all my regular. No, I don't see any people that I'm following doesn't say anything. Let's see, Christina Rex. No. Okay, well, we'll see. In the meantime, I guess while we're waiting, let me show you what somebody sent me as the updated verdict form. Although still waiting for someone to send it in the PDF, but we'll do the best we can with this one. So give me one moment here, and I'll show you the updated version. Here. So this is, you see offense 2 there?
Yes.
And this is, so it says, first one, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense.
If you find
and
the
then
defendant.
it has, what?
Right, okay. And then this next part is very important. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Well, okay. Next, it should say check this box and then sign the verdict. Okay,
it should say that, right?
Okay, number 2 is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle. Okay. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, okay. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating, then continue below. See, so now this is much better because now by moving on below, you are making a finding. That's why this is so important. It's just unfortunate that the jury's not allowed to say not guilty of this lesser included, not guilty of number 2, not guilty of number 3, hung on number 4 or number 5. So that's unfortunate, but still this is much better because at least this way, if they come back with a lower offense, it's very clear that they're finding her not guilty of the higher offenses.
Right.
So it makes more sense, but I still don't like that. And I still think that, in my opinion, at least, it doesn't seem to, it seems to be a problem. It seems to be violative of due process, but I guess Massachusetts disagrees with me. Are we going back on the record, or do we just want to look at the fan?
No, I mean, not yet. Not yet. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I haven't seen anything. I'm following Twitter, but I haven't seen anything that I'm following. Let's see. No, so I'm not sure. I mean, I did see some talk about it in the chat, but I guess not yet. So
I'm checking Twitter also. I don't see very much.
All right.
Federal law said, this is totally sane and well-reasoned legal analysis. He's quoting Wendy Murphy. Only reason Karen Reed won't be found guilty of murder is that jurors have a hard time seeing cute white woman as a murderer, especially when she intentionally poses in public in tight clothes with her lawyer hugging her breasts. Eroticizing female defendants is a tactic. I think federal law is being sarcastic and facetious by saying that that's totally sane and well-reasoned legal analysis. I think it just goes to show that there are some people who just can't get over their prejudices. I mean, that's at least the perception here. And that they, some people have a very hard time seeing this case for what it is and only see things through certain lenses.
I tell you that. Yeah, I mean, Betero has had fun with that specific tweeter. What we call
really?
a tweeter. Yeah, because obviously that person has been tweeting very anti Karen Reed stuff the entire trial. She's supposed to be some sort of professor and some sort of lawyer and professor.
Oh, no.
So you can, if you want to have a good time, you can look at all the different comments that she's made, and then what Betero responds, because like he just goes to town on some of the things that she says, like just has a good time making fun of it. But I mean, look, that's something interesting about this case, Salman, is just I've seen like certain lawyers talking about this case and like presenting that it's so clear that Karen Reed is guilty. And it just makes me like stop. Like, do you really believe that? Like, are you watching?
It could be that they haven't actually followed the case, and it could be that they actually haven't followed the evidence and are not aware of the evidence. I don't see how anybody could know this evidence and think she's guilty. I really don't. It doesn't make sense to me. There's so much here. There's so much doubt. I don't even know how you can establish that she hit him with her car, because I think it's been effectively established that there was no contact.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially as a lawyer, like when you're going out there in public and saying that, oh yeah, it's clear that they proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, it's just, as a lawyer, maybe it's insulting as a lawyer to hear another lawyer saying that they proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Like how I felt that Dr. Rentschler when he was testifying, and it seemed like he was offended. He was offended by Dr. Welcher's reconstruction, because he basically said, well, if he's not trying to show force, velocity, he's not trying to show acceleration and all this, then it's neither a reconstruction or a biomechanical analysis. So I'd be curious to know the intent of his test if it doesn't show any of those things, but it just felt like he was also like, the reason why he's so much different this time is just because he was offended. He was offended that someone's going to pretend that this is some sort of reconstruction that's accepted in his field.
Yeah. It's interesting. I've been pulling up some of these tweets now. For those of you who don't know, I'm relatively new to Twitter. I didn't spend very much time on Twitter. I just started within the last couple of days, really. I had the handle for a while, but I hadn't really used it. And it's interesting. It's really interesting. Larry Foreman, 2 hours ago, he said, my prediction for today's jury in the Karen Reed case: they're going to come back hung, after which the judge is going to send them back, and then they're going to come back hung again, after which the judge will Tui Rodriguez them, or we will have a verdict. As I explained yesterday in my video, when I had the epiphany, I think this jury knows that they are the second jury, obviously, to deliberate on this case. I think that's true, too. The term first trial was used way too many times Plus, I mean, I don't know what kind of rock you'd have to be living under to know that there wasn't already a trial. Larry goes on, therefore, they're going to bend over backwards to try and reach a decision, so this case does not go on to trial number 3. That is all but certain based on the questions they've been asking of the court. That's a very good point by Larry Foreman, that they're going to want to try to get this case resolved knowing, well, first of all, knowing how much it costs already, but knowing that this is trial number 2. That's a very good point that I didn't really think of. But I do think that the jury is going to try very, very hard to come back with verdicts in this case, whether it means they compromise and say guilty of drunk driving or compromise and say not guilty of drunk driving.
And that's something that I've mentioned also, like, kind of before you joined the stream, is that this jury must know at this point that this is a second trial. It kind of got out of the bag a few times. A few people slipped, and then they corrected themselves and said previous proceeding. And, you know, the jury's not that dumb. So they must know that this is the second trial. They've referred to a number of times as the first trial. And then also this separate federal and separate law enforcement agency.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got to also kind of understand that that's probably the FBI. You know, what other separate? Remember, it's one thing if, let's say, you're dealing with Canton Police, and then you say a separate law enforcement agency. Okay, maybe they're talking about the Massachusetts State Police, but here they know they're not talking about the Massachusetts State Police. They know they're not talking about the Canton Police. Who else would they be talking about? Some other town that would be investigating this for some reason? No, like it's of course going to be the FBI. And by the way, Solomon, I know that you had a pretty hot take on Casey Anthony. Well, here's TNK saying Casey Anthony lied 100 times on video to police.
Okay, and what was she found guilty of?
What was she? I don't know. What was she found guilty of?
Well, she was found not guilty of murder, and she was found guilty of providing false information. That's exactly what she was found guilty of. So I think that the similarities are growing between this case and Casey Anthony, in that, at least in how the end result might be, in that the underlying case, she could be found guilty and then ultimately found guilty of just some really small, low-level misdemeanors. And I know that your viewers were not happy with my take on Casey Anthony, but that's what I thought, and that's still what I think. I think the jury got it right.
Mike S. question. Some people even said that, oh, I can't even watch you anymore if you think that you're going to have Solomon on that say that Casey Anthony is not guilty. So, okay. But, you know, look, we gotta, you know, we don't control people's speech here. You know, you speak what your opinion is. And if you don't like it, then I'm sorry, you know, but we're going to ask Solomon his honest takes on anything and everything. And if you don't like it, I'm sorry. All right. Mike S. question. If jury came to a not guilty decision for 2 counts, but are hung on the OUI charge, what would happen? So what should happen is that Judge Cannoni should take the verdict on charge 1 and charge 3 of not guilty and just have them hung on charge 2. And that would mean, under Massachusetts law, the entirety of charge 2, which means that potentially the Commonwealth can try her again on the entirety of charge 2, which would include manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Here is from Becca BZ, or Becca Biz. Charge 5 does not allow to be signed if found guilty. Why? Well, that would be hard. Let me pull up charge 5 now. I'm sorry, whether that was number 5. Yeah. Doesn't make sense to me that would be the case. But let me just pull it up.
Your connection or mine? Because you sound metallic. I don't know if it's
a
the
little
connection or mine.
Interesting, but yeah, give me 1 second. Okay, so here is 5. So the question was, charge 5 does not allow to be signed if found guilty. Well, let's see. Charge 5, guilty of lesser included, operating under the influence of liquor. Check 1 or both of the following. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense and all the offenses, check the first box on page 1. Oh, that's Solomon. Look at this. Look at this genius. Look at this. This is just stupid. I'm sorry. Shouldn't say that. But anyway, look. On number 4, it says, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now I'll go to number 5. If you find the defendant guilty of operating motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop. It should say, stop and sign the verdict slip. You see what I'm talking about here?
Yeah, I give up. I give up on understanding. I'd like to understand, but I don't.
Yep, another mistake here. But you're right. Backup is, it does sound like that, but obviously what it means here is to stop and sign it. But you're right. What can I do with it? Another mistake. Good catch. Sharon Reeves. I took my larger SUV out on a back road recently and tried to accelerate at a higher speed. Yikes. I was all over the road. No way on icy, snowy road. Well, did you try to go backwards? Or were you trying to go forward?
Yeah.
And maybe we're driving a Lexus. Lexus, probably a nicer ride. I'm not sure what SUV you've got. Gingy Probs, I work in a secure facility and can't ever watch live/join chat, but took off for a long birthday weekend, 40 on Saturday. So happy with past me because verdict.
Okay, wait, let's read that slowly. Oh, okay, fine. So this is somebody who works in a secure facility, whether that's a police station, a jail, a prison, a mental hospital. There could be a number of places where you can't have access to the internet or a cell phone or YouTube. So this person is unable to watch live or join the chat. But this person took off a long birthday weekend, so he or she gets to be here with us today. So and good to see you, Gingy Probes.
What about that last part? So happy with past me?
So happy with past me because verdict. I don't know.
But anyway, yeah. I mean, I know what it's like to turn 40. I really do. And it's a great milestone, but then you start to feel like, where did the first 40 years go? But as my parents say, you're just starting.
Yeah.
So, and the truth is that Solomon's also over 40.
I just don't like to tell people that. Feels like just yesterday I wasn't 40.
And if anyone can send me the Turtle Boy clip, I'd love to play that for everybody. Was it on his show yesterday? Like, when did he do that? Was it on his show, or was it in the, like, where? When was that? I'll have to try to find it, and then we can play it for everybody.
Fan again. Oh, brother. If they get hung again.
Melanie Gore says, Solomon, I'm happy you were active on X the last few days.
Well, Melanie, I got to tell you, I've never done it before, and I'm thinking of leaving after just 2 days. I've had a number of cases in the media, so I'm used to getting love mail. That's what we call it. Goodness. I mean, people who can hide behind the anonymity of a keyboard are some of the toughest, nastiest people that ever lived. But only if they get to hide behind the anonymity of a keyboard. So that's certainly interesting.
Solomon, Poetic Justice, who I know has a different opinion about Casey Anthony than you do, said her baby drowned, and yet a week later she got a tattoo reading La Bella Vita, The Good Life.
Yeah. It doesn't prove guilt. It proves a lot of things. It doesn't prove guilt. We can have an intelligent conversation about this, but it's one of those situations where I think if the jury would say we thought she did it, but we didn't think it was proven, I think that would be a very well-reasoned verdict. And like I said, I think the jury got it right. We can have a more detailed show on it if that's what the people want.
Maybe we should, although I didn't really watch that trial. I have no idea what's going on. I know what happened that trial.
What trial's next on Brother Counsel, by the way? Have you thought about that?
That's what some people are asking. That's exactly what people are asking. So I said that people should let me know. I think the next thing I'm going to really have to get caught up to speed on is Brian Koberger, which is starting at the end of July. So I have about 6 weeks to get caught up on that, and maybe we'll do some shows on some of the motion practice, some motion eliminees. We'll see. Maybe we'll do that. But I said anyone's welcome to give me suggestions. So
interesting. Yeah, that'd be an interesting trial to focus on. Maybe you should put up a survey of some sort, see what the people want.
Yeah, but I need a list of cases. I mean, the next case that I know is going on is Brian Koberger. I think there's some other Massachusetts cases, but I don't think they're going to be starting anytime before Brian Koberger. And I know there's Adelson also. I know people want Adelson. So
you put out a lot of videos on Adelson. Back probably about a year ago.
Yeah, so there was Charlie Adelson, so like the whole Adelson family. If Wendy Adelson was being charged, then I would cover that, no question at all.
She's the wife or the sister?
She's the ex, yeah.
The ex.
She's the ex. And I know Brian Walsh. I know people are talking about Brian Walsh with the same people, although the same people involved. I think Proctor was involved in Walsh and Buchanan and things like that, although I think there may be a different outcome in Walsh than here. But if it was Wendy Adelson's trial, I would definitely cover that. Donna Adelson, I think it's going to look very similar to what we had with Charlie Adelson. So we'll see. I mean, but the problem with Adelson is that it starts around the same exact time as Koberger.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure. So if there's any trials before Koberger, and people want me to cover it, I'll be happy to cover it. No. Here's the Gingy Probs. LOL, sorry guys, happy with past me because I decided to take off without knowing today may be a verdict. Thanks for the content. Oh okay.
All right, well, good to have you. I hope we get our verdict so you don't have to take off more work.
Yeah, no, I think we're going to have a verdict today. I think that's everyone's. I thought we were going to have a verdict yesterday. Truth is, after those questions, Solomon.
I think they're ready. I think that if they could just say not guilty on 1 through 4 of those lesser includeds, and hung on drunk driving, I think we'd have a verdict already. But the judge made it clear she's not going to allow that. And right now, I think the conversation in the jury room, and again, this is conjecture. It's impossible to know what they're really talking about. I don't know if I mentioned that yet 100 times this hour. But if I had to guess, I would guess that the conversation right now is for whichever jurors are stuck. There are obviously some jurors, or at least this is the way it seems, some jurors think guilty drunk driving. Some jurors are not willing to commit on drunk driving. And the only question is who's willing to compromise. And I could see it being just as strong. I could see a juror saying, look, she didn't kill anybody, but she did drunk driving. And I took an oath, and my verdict is not going to be not guilty on drunk driving. And I can see other jurors saying just as strongly, I don't care. I am not finding her guilty on anything. This entire case stinks. What she was railroaded, she does not deserve to be found guilty of anything. I'm not finding her guilty of anything, period. And I could see those very easily being the two positions right now. And then the question is going to be, is either one of them willing to bend? And I sincerely hope they are. If nothing else, just to let this case be over. I don't think the jurors even realize that Karen Reed and her team probably would be okay with either one of those. If she's found guilty of drunk driving after all this, that would be a huge win for the defense. If she's found not guilty of everything, that would be a huger win, if I can use words that don't exist. But either way, I really hope that they're able to reach a verdict.
And the worst thing is if they're a hung jury on the count 2, as we spoke about. Here's a question from PJ. Why wouldn't the jury send a note again? The judge left them in limbo yesterday on query number 4. If you're talking about the question that they asked was, if they, I think the question was, if we are hung on charge 2, does that mean that we're hung on the entire verdict? Which is exactly the issue that happened in the first trial. And Judge Cannoni said, I can't answer hypothetical questions.
Right, so, she's right. I kind of had to digest that question a little bit, but if a jury says, if we are hung, that's not an appropriate question. And the question is law. What do we do about this? What do we do about that? If you're hung and you ask a question that you are hung, that's a different question. But yeah, just to say if we're hung on this, I kind of tend to agree with her on that one.
All right, Marcia, Martin, your open forum is a good thing. No apology is needed to those who don't like it. They can go elsewhere, create their own channel. Talking about how you know I allow you to say whatever you want on this channel, obviously. So I'm not just going to try to say what people like. We talk the truth here, or at least we say our opinions, whatever they are.
Somebody made reference to a Tui Rodriguez instruction. Is that the Allen instruction? I'm guessing it is. I'm just assuming it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's just what they call it. Yeah, that's just what they call it in Massachusetts. It's the same as the Allen.
Okay. I think every jurisdiction in America has.
See, Lisa Hollingsworth says question. Right. Lisa Hollingsworth says, are you going to cover Donna Adelson trial? Please, please, please. Okay, so there we go. Donna, if you want to get an update, by the way, on Donna Adelson actually just filed a motion to recuse the judge, Judge Everett, who is, I thought, an amazing judge so far. I thought he's really good, really even-tempered, just right on with the law. I haven't found anything really disturbing about his rulings, and she wants him to get recused. So she filed a motion with I think a higher court, and it was just denied. So Judge Everett will be the judge on Donna Adelson's trial, and it couldn't come sooner. So we'll see. Again, I don't know. I'm not sure what we're going to do about that. Maybe we'll try to cover both. Maybe one of them will get pushed a little bit. Anna Walsh is the same thing as we just spoke about, Brian Walsh, but I don't think they have a date yet for that trial. And I know that there's a number of Massachusetts people already part of the channel that want us to cover some Massachusetts cases. So that I think that's a Massachusetts case, right? So, let's see.
I don't know anything about the Adelson case. I only know what I've seen on a couple of your videos and things I've seen on the news. Certainly haven't followed it. And what's interesting is I didn't follow this case either until you kind of brought me in on it. I heard about it in the news. I didn't really know what was going on. And then after the case started, you and I started talking about it. And I kind of got hooked. I kind of had it on in my office when I could as background music, so to speak. I just kind of turn it on and leave it on. Yeah, and I've got some.
It's crazy. I mean, this is a case. This is a case. It's a case that really sucks you in as an attorney, I think, because you start seeing all these oddities and craziness, and you're like, "Is this actually playing out in front of us? Like, is this person really actually on trial?" I mean, you ask 9 out of 10 lawyers, would you even prosecute this case, knowing what knowing what the defenses are, and what type of experts they have, and a lot of people say that they wouldn't prosecute this case at all. Now, Rhonda Iowa Girl says, put Courtney Clenny on your trial list. Salman, you're familiar with Courtney Clenny?
Nope. What's that?
Courtney Clenny, apparently, I think, was an OnlyFans model, and she had a boyfriend who was murdered. And I actually covered maybe 1 or 2 things with her. So I don't think they have a trial date yet. Can you see? I don't think they have a trial date for Courtney Clenny either. But it was something that I was also keeping track of. But I don't think they have a trial date. So it's more exciting when you have a trial date that you're working towards, and all the motions are being filed before then. And when there's no trial date, it's like, oh, how much longer is this going to go on? Are people going to really be interested in this?
Wow, this is interesting. OnlyFans model accused of murder continues to push to take Miami-Dade prosecutors off case. She's accused of fatally stabbing her boyfriend in April of 2022.
Yeah. I think she's arguing self-defense. They had a troublesome relationship, her and her boyfriend, whatever.
Yeah, I'm reading NBCMiami.com. It says the model claims she killed him in self-defense, but Miami-Dade prosecutors believe Abumseli was a victim of domestic violence in, quote, extremely tempestuous and combative relationship, end quote. This could be an interesting case, depending on what's uncovered.
Yeah. Bonnie, by the way, there is, if you want, I think there's a video of them in a elevator where she's attacking him, and he's just like sitting there like taking it, like not fighting back at all, just like trying to protect himself. So from that video alone, it looks like she's the aggressor and he's the one that just takes it. But that's just one clip, they'll say, and really maybe there's other issues or other instances where he was the aggressor. Who knows? So, but that's I think she claims that she like threw the knife at him, even like from 6 feet or something. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's an interesting case. I definitely have my eyes on that one also. But we're talking about like
it certainly sounds like it was a bit of a toxic relationship, which is always sad.
Corey Richards in February will be interesting. Yeah, so Corey Richards is also an interesting case. I think claims here that she poisoned her husband.
So Dave Leo just put something in the comments. Martin, was Charlie Adelson convicted or charged, or what's the story?
Charlie Adelson is serving a life sentence right now.
Okay. Because somebody just made a very affirmative statement about him in the chat. That's kind of what I've been talking about. Saying something like that after a conviction, obviously it's an established fact at this point. But when I see people making affirmative statements and factual statements about Karen Read while the case is still ongoing, I've already said that it's a little bit of a dangerous thing to do from a legal perspective, because they're potentially exposing themselves to liability for defamation, libel, and slander.
Koberger has a hearing this afternoon.
We've all got to be careful about.
Yeah. Koberger has a hearing this afternoon about pushing the trial back. Might be good to cover while we wait. All right. So, yeah, I mean, that's going to be very important. I mean, if the judge pushes off Koberger, well, then we can cover Adelson and then cover Koberger after. So maybe all you guys secretly want that to happen. But, yeah, actually, something that was so interesting, Solomon, and again, I know I'm catching up on a lot of this stuff. But, here, just again, from Rhonda, Iowa girl, Corey Richards is a really interesting case in Colorado. Yeah, so we spoke about that. But what happened with Adelson, listen to this, because this, again, is going to be maybe of a sad situation. Charlie Adelson's trial happened pretty quickly, a guilty verdict. And I have to get you so involved with all the details of the case, but I will tell you this. The same attorney that was representing Charlie Adelson, his name was Dan Rashbaum. Dan Rashbaum represented Charlie Adelson throughout his trial. And then Donna Adelson was charged, and he started representing Donna Adelson. Okay, so the same attorney.
Co-defendants.
Well, yeah, I guess you can call them co-defendants, but not in the same trial. They first tried Charlie, convicted. Now they're trying Donna. And Donna was represented by Dan Rashbaum. Was being represented by Dan Rashbaum. Okay, the same attorney. Well, a day before the trial, or I think it was maybe a week before the trial, there's some point before the trial, very soon before the trial, Charlie Adelson was put on the witness list for the prosecution. Then Charlie Adelson had independent counsel who filed a motion basically arguing that Dan Rashbaum is conflicted now from representing Donna Adelson. Wow. Because how is he supposed to conduct cross-examine? How is he supposed to cross-examine Charlie Adelson, who's his client, who's in the middle of an appeal process and who knows, attorney-client information, and in order to cross-examine him and help Donna Adelson, he has to, fully cross-examine. So this motion literally came up like a day or two before trial. We were all getting ready. I was getting ready to live stream that trial, and the judge threw him off the case and said, there's a conflict. Now, what's interesting here is that then Charlie Adelson filed a motion for a new trial based on ineffective assistance of counsel, because Dan Rashbaum, at the same time that he was representing Charlie Adelson, was also representing Donna Adelson's interests, and that could have affected the way that he represented Charlie Adelson in his trial. So they first tried to stop the appeal. Like, I think they had some sort of motion at the appellate level to stay the appeal, send it back to the trial court level to figure out this issue and see whether Charlie Adelson deserves a new trial, because Dan Rashbaum was conflicted. And what the Court of Appeals said is that, no, we're not going to send it back. And I guess after the appeals are exhausted, they can go and file a new motion at the trial court level where they can ask, explore this issue, and then maybe ask for a new trial then. So Charlie Adelson may be getting a new trial also.
Interesting.
And this is a case, by the way, that's been going on for like 10 years. It started with, just so you should understand, what happened here is that there was essentially a murder for hire. We had this very, very messy divorce between, I'm trying to remember his name, Professor Markell. Is it Dan Markell? And he was married to Wendy Adelson, and they had a messy divorce. And they're fighting about custody, and he was in Tallahassee. She wanted to move back to Miami. Very messy divorce. And then all of a sudden, he ends up shot. And the people that were hired, there were people that were hired to shoot him or kill him. So they had those two people. One of them was tried first and convicted. The co-defendant agreed to help the prosecution and testify against them, so he got a lighter deal.
What was the co-defendant's name?
What
was the co-defendant's name?
So you had Luis Rivera and you had Sigfredo Garcia.
Oh, okay,
Sigfredo
so
Garcia.
not another Adelson. I was just wondering where the conflict.
Right.
That's
They
a
were
very
hired.
interesting conflict issue. Okay.
No. So this is going back like 10 years. So the first two people that they tried and convicted, again, Luis Rivera, who agreed to help the cops and help the prosecution, so he got a deal. Sigfredo Garcia was the one who actually pulled the trigger, and he's now serving a life sentence. And then there was the middle woman, we'll call her Katie McBanoa. She was Charlie Adelson's old girlfriend. And she was the one who also at some point was, I think, married to Sigfredo Garcia, and they had some children together. So she was the one, like the in-between, that she kind of connected Charlie Adelson to these two thugs who carried out the murder. And so we had Sigfredo Garcia's trial. Then you had Katie McBanoa's trial, which the first trial resulted in a hung jury. They tried her again and then finally got a conviction. Then they tried Charlie Adelson, and now they're trying and got a conviction. Now they're trying Donna Adelson. And everybody's wondering the $1 million question, what about Wendy Adelson? Is Wendy Adelson going to get charged with that conspiracy to commit murder on her ex? And right
That's
now,
a really interesting case. Wow.
Yeah, it's a fascinating case. And so now they're and this is the one with Donna Adelson where she was Googling non-extradition countries before she got arrested. And she had a one-way ticket to Vietnam, which is a non-extradition country. So, talk about consciousness of guilt there, or fear of incarceration, as you say.
Yeah. Wow. It's funny, you mentioned conflict, and that's always something which is interesting. And I've had multiple times where co-defendants will walk into my office and hire me or want to hire me. And they'll tell me from the very beginning, we're not going to testify against each other. We're going to do this. We're going to do that, whatever it might be. And I have a waiver of conflict form that I'll have them sign, which makes it very clear that in the event a conflict arises that is not waivable, I have to withdraw from both of their cases. I can't stay on one of them. It's a very risky thing to do at times. But like, for example, I had one where two people were caught with some drug paraphernalia, and they came into my office and said, look, we're looking for a deal. There's no reason for any testimony. We're both going to plead guilty. We just need somebody to get a deal for us. And I had them sign something basically saying, if we can't get a deal for both of them, and the prosecutor makes an offer that includes testimony, I have to withdraw from both of them. And they both signed it. And I went and reached out to the prosecutor, and sure enough, they resolved it very quickly and easily and painlessly. But there are times that conflicts can be waived, and there are times that conflicts cannot be waived. I just gave you an example of where they can be waived. If, however, let's say the prosecutor would have made an offer to one of them saying testify against the other guy. Let's say they make the offer to both of them. Here's your plea. We'll dismiss your case if you testify against the other guy. One of them wants to take it, one of them doesn't. I'm now conflicted out of that case. right? Because there's no way for me to cross-examine one of them against the other one. So, and I made that clear to them. So that would be an example of both a waivable conflict and not waivable conflict, depending on how it plays out. But those are definitely interesting issues that arise.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, it could give Charlie Adelson another shot, because of that issue. So, I mean, people are not happy about it, but it's a real problem. If you would not have effective assistance of counsel, that's a constitutional right, and it's a technicality, but it may get him a new trial, some new hope. All right, Sharon Reeves says, fun fact: 85% of verdicts are rendered after lunch. You can't underestimate the power of the ham sandwich.
I have no idea if that's
what
true.
About your verdicts?
What's that?
What about your verdicts?
I have no idea if that's true. It's an interesting fun fact, and I think that's what you called it, a fun fact. It could be true, it could be not true. I think that if it is true, there's a number of explanations for it. First and foremost, it generally takes the jury. I mean, let's just say it takes 3 to 4 hours to render a verdict, and very often they start in the beginning of the day. So even if they get the case, it's often at the end of the day when they don't really have much time. So then the next morning they start deliberations. 3 to 4 hours later, or after lunch, they come out with a verdict. So I wouldn't put much in the ham sandwich there. I don't think experts can be bribed with a ham sandwich, and I don't think jurors can be bribed with a ham sandwich. I know there are commercials where the jurors are sitting in a room and they're completely dumbfounded by the evidence, and then they walk in and say, "Okay, we're going to order from wherever," and they all start applauding. But I don't think that's real life. But it is a fun fact. It's a fun fact.
Trish sends $20. Thanks to Brother Counsel for the wonderful coverage. Now, okay, it looks like Don Adelson's trial is starting August 19th, which is, again, I think right in the middle of when Koberger, but unless, Shanna Gardner, that's another one. Very similar to, it's very similar fact pattern to Dan Markel. Shanna Gardner, I think she was married at some point, and she hired this guy, or maybe her or her boyfriend, her new boyfriend, whatever it is, to knock off her husband. So they have those two trials going on. Shanna Gardner and I think her other boyfriend, her new boyfriend, or something like that, and also another murder for hire.
Wow. There's a recurring theme that I'm seeing on Twitter, which is that a number of people are asking for jury nullification. For those who don't know what jury nullification is, it's when a jury looks at the law, knows what the law is, and disregards the law. In other words, they nullify the law. An example of that would be if, let's say, and this is obviously a hypothetical at this point, if there are jurors who believe that she did in fact drive drunk and that it was proven, but they're just not going to convict her of it. Jury nullification would be finding her not guilty of that. And it happens. It's exceptionally rare that it happens, but it does happen. However, lawyers are not allowed to ask for it. And it's not something that should really be encouraged. That said, I did one time see a closing argument. It was a very, very sad case and a very tragic case. And it was a case in which somebody clearly did something wrong and there was really overwhelming evidence, but there was a very good reason to do it. Basically, somebody murdered a rapist. And the defense attorney at trial looked at the jury and said, "He's not guilty unless you say he's guilty. You don't check this box unless you say he's guilty." And that's the closest I ever saw a lawyer come to asking for jury nullification. Spoiler, it did not work. The jury did what they had to do, and they applied the law and found this guy guilty. I think he was sentenced to 3 to 5 because they gave him voluntary manslaughter.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, you got to be careful with that. Somebody asked here again, Quizzle, can you cover the Farewell Birchmore case? And then again, unfortunately, it's a federal case, so they're not going to have any live streaming of the proceedings. So it's going to be very difficult to cover.
Those are very hard to cover. Yeah, I mean, if there's not going to be live proceedings, you can kind of give updates, and I've seen a lot of your update videos. They're very good, but I think that I would guess that the majority of the folks on this channel want to see a live stream of the trial with your analysis in real time. Am I here by myself now? What happened?
I don't know what's happening. Again, there's something going on. I think maybe with StreamYard. I don't know. Maybe it's the heat today. I'm not sure, but I keep getting knocked out. We just knocked out?
No, I think I was the one that was left live on the show.
Oh, okay. So I don't know. Maybe it's not sure what the issue is. Maybe it's with my computer. I'm not sure, but we are back here. So
Well, here we go.
I'm going to take a little break now. Let's take a little break, and we'll come back soon. All right, guys. We'll see you soon. Well, it looks like from some of the reports that the Karen Reed team is heading back into court. Perhaps that means that we have another letter, another note. Is it a question or is it a verdict? Well, we'll find out soon enough, I guess. Mudrocker says, Ted Daniel reports the clerk said he was told to summon the troops, but not why they are being summoned. Is this a question? Is this a verdict? Who knows? It's 2:07. So, would they have a verdict by 2:27? That would be interesting. Solo Dad Adventures. I had my volume on my speaker on max. Here I am typing away. BC moves the mic and I almost fell out of my chair. I'm sorry about that. Oh, gosh. So let's see what happens. I don't know. This would be interesting if at 2:27 they get back. Vonnier wants to know, what is the significance of 2:27? Well, Vonnier, welcome to the Karen Reed trial. Glad that you joined us. The significance of 2:27 is that there is a Google search that was done in this case where the allegations by the Karen Reed side was that it was done at 2:27 a.m. And according to the Commonwealth, it was not done at 2:27, but that's a very important part of this case. So that's why there may be irony here at 2:27. Oh, look at that. House 2:27 is my birthday. Well, Nurse says, oh, I've been watching you from day one. Well, then you got to know what 2:27 is. Come on. There's a few numbers that you have to know in this case. 2:27, 1162-2. And we will bring Solomon right up here. Solomon, it looks like we've got some note from the jury, according to the reports on Twitter.
Well, this is going to be potentially very indicative of what's going on.
Some people think that there may be some irony here, that it's about to be 2:27. You think the jury wants to come out with a verdict at 2:27?
No, I think the jury wants to come out with a verdict and go home. They've been away from their families for long enough. And assuming that they've followed the rules and have not been watching this case, I'm sure the minute they come out with their verdict, the first thing they're going to do is start Googling stuff.
Yeah. Here, Aeneas Anderson says Karen's team is headed back per Court TV. And in case they don't come out with a verdict at 2:27, it's okay. We'll just have Burgess adjust the time and and account for the variance.
26%.
26.3%, exactly.
26.
AK, by the way, I love your daily Karen Reed court summaries. I work all day and come to rely on them nightly. All right, well, you may not hear any more Karen Reed summaries, but you may hear other case summaries, which we're going to be doing, we plan on doing. So that's why I do them. I do them for all of you that are too busy, can't follow the trial live, and you can get everything important in the recaps, and hopefully you can get it under 45 minutes.
How do we know there's a note? Who said there's a note?
Well, I got some Twitter tweets from people who usually know, who says the team is heading back to court. Apparently some court TV also reported the same thing. Mm-hmm. You have to imagine that they're going to get a verdict today. You got to imagine that.
It's impossible to guess what a jury's doing. Yes, we all say that. I think it's today or never. I really do. I think today's the day. But I guess we'll see. I can tell you this: after a 2-month retrial, the judge is not going to want to declare a mistrial. She's not. She's going to want to send them back. She's going to want to let them deliberate. The only way she'll declare mistrial, in my opinion, is if she has no choice.
Yeah, well, if they're hung on something.
My best guess at this point would be that, I would certainly hope this is the case. Not guilty 1, not guilty 3, and then hung on 2 on the drunk driving offense, and only on the drunk driving offense. That's my best guess, but of course, who knows? All it takes is one juror on one count, one way or another, and you're hung. That's all it takes. So that's why it's impossible to know what's going on. If it's declared as a mistrial, they may come out afterwards and say, we were all on the same page. There was one juror who was completely unreasonable and sat in the corner and just wouldn't talk to anybody. It's possible. Anything is possible in the jury room.
Yeah, and you've had that.
I was told about that by a judge who made some rulings that getting reversed.
Well, here's again, Selborn-Nagin. Court TV said there's movement in the courthouse, so something is going on. Yes, I'm glad everybody remembers the 26.3%. I mean, you always have to account for the 26.3 that we've learned. We know 1236 is important, sure. So, there's certain numbers that are associated with the Karen Reed case that, it's going to be one of those, if you know, you know. And if you don't, then, everyone's going to think you're crazy. But
I get credited for being the snarky one, but you're just as snarky. You just do it in a less snarky way.
Oh, the ham sandwich. I mean, that's going to live on forever.
The ham sandwich.
Dr. Redfler. So I got a ham sandwich. I actually one time had a trial that I lost, and I was one day in the 7-Eleven, and a very nice lady walks over to me and says, were you just in Wayne County Circuit Court? And I was like, sure. She's like, do you recognize me? I'm like looking, and I'm like, wait, are you one of the jurors that was just on one of my cases? And she's like, yeah. And it was, I lost the case. It was a civil case, so it was like, I don't know, it was like 6-3 or 5-3, and she said, I was on your side. And then she said, and you know why you lost it? And I was like, no, I thought that I was going to win that case. And she said, one juror ruined it for you, and she convinced everybody to vote against you, and we were fighting against her. And that's why you lost. And I was like, which juror was it? And she told me about a certain juror. And that was the juror that I was so back and forth about whether I should strike that juror using a peremptory challenge. And look what happened. I lost because of it.
Wow. That's wild. Yeah, preemptories. There's all kinds of jury consultants that are out there who, a lot of them really know what they're doing. A lot of them don't. Jurors are so hard to predict. They really are.
Phantom Split says Boston 25 stream says that everyone is heading back to the courtroom on their stream banner. So this seems to be accurate.
Could be a verdict.
Certainly hope so.
You're going to hate this, but I got to jump off at 2:30 no matter what's going on.
Oh, okay. I'll try to hold down the fort. And how long are you going to be out 2:30?
Probably 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, if it's still going on, you can jump back on.
I will do that. Especially if it's a verdict, that would be interesting.
The summaries were perfect for my 40-minute LA traffic commute. Made the drive so much easier. All right. I'm glad. That's why we do what we do. Ken Poppy says, "Wise man, Solomon." And Solomon, did you see that shout out you got from Turtle Boy?
No, I've got it pulled up, but I have not had a chance to push play yet. I've been bouncing around from Zoom to phone call to today's just been a crazy day.
Yeah, it was more of a shout out to you than it was to me.
Oh, okay. Hopefully it's nice.
Superior Courthouse. All those people are gathering, hoping that this is the day we hear a verdict. But as JC just mentioned, we're not sure if that's the case at this point because we don't know why everyone has been called back to the courthouse this afternoon.
I mean, I know why.
There are
because the judge got a note.
5 men inside the Norfolk County Superior Courthouse deliberating this murder retrial. Karen Reed being tried for a second time, accused in the murder of her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe.
Let's remember, we have 18 jurors. Now, of course, there are only 12 who are deliberating. But unlike the first trial where we lost a number of jurors over the course of time, here we are. It hasn't been quite 3 months since jury selection began on April 1st. But we have held on to, they have held on to all 18 jurors. So we still have 6 alternates. I throw that out in case there is any issue with a juror for any reason. We have a plethora there to keep this going, although they would have to start deliberations over again. And if we look back, I do want to mention about how this trial changed in the sense that opening statements were April 22nd, and we went for roughly 6 weeks or 7 weeks. The prosecution rested on May 29th. They only called 38 witnesses, unlike the first time around, which were almost twice as many. But the defense put on a stronger, more robust defense.
Don't forget this comment from Joey Riley.
Witnesses that they called.
Randy's no dummy.
6 in the first.
I love that one.
11 this time around. As of this morning, when those jurors walked into court, they had been deliberating for 16 and a half hours. We call it day 4 because it started Friday afternoon. You want to do it by hours. We're at 16 and a half hours. That's similar to the first trial. The first trial, they received a case late on Tuesday. By Monday, it was declared a mistrial. But the question will be, Glenn, is that the last time the jury came back twice to say they were deadlocked.
That's right.
And it took what we call a Tui Rodriguez instruction from Judge Cannoni, which basically stresses how important it is that you come to a conclusion because there is no better jury than the jury they have at that moment. You cannot leave that court thinking somebody could do a better job than you can do. She stressed that on a Friday. They came back Monday and said, still can't do it.
We surrender. You know what's so interesting about this, JC, is that we've watched both of these trials. They were prosecuted and defended very differently. But it sure seemed like yesterday when we were listening to the questions, as you watch members of the O'Keefe family head to the courthouse now, they have also been invited back this afternoon into that courtroom. Although the cases were so different, the trials proceeded so differently.
Well, look at Breeze Coyote says it's the verdict.
Two juries
Not
were
sure
ending
how
up in
Breeze
about
knows.
the same place where they were just really stuck.
I think it's just a guess.
Count two. No, of course, that's us tea leaf reading. We don't know exactly
Yeah.
what it is that they were stuck on, but these deliberations have dragged on in a sort of chronology so similar to the first jury.
Well, think of it this way. Think of the questions that they asked. The first question is, what time are we supposed to consider OUI? 12:45, which is when the defense said or the prosecution, I think, said she had her
There's
last
the O'Keefe
drink.
family
Or
going in.
5 a.m., which is when she got back in her car that morning to go look for John. So they said, that's up to you. You have all the evidence. I think where you and I have been focusing on is if we find not guilty on 2 charges, is it a hung jury on the 3rd? They also asked, does convicting guilty on a subcharge? Example, if you go to the 2nd charge, which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, there is a lesser included that is just drunk driving. And I say just with asterisks around it.
That's right.
Just drunk driving in this case, considering that.
And by the way,
is
if
up
you want to
for
watch also the
second-degree
Koberger
murder, which is
hearing,
a
which
life
is
sentence. So
about whether the
in
trial is
that
going to be
respect,
moved,
just
I believe it's on Law and Crime Network.
DUI, they were asking, how do we do that? And that's when that new verdict slip came back to explain how you can go through the lesser included charges, which if you haven't seen the verdict slip, it is very confusing until Judge Cannoni was able to come back and say, here's how you do it. Start at the top.
Gee, if only literally everybody in the world didn't say the same thing about how confusing that first verdict slip was.
You stop, you sign the form, you hand it in. If you as a collective 12 say not guilty, then move on to the next offense.
Okay, go on to the courtroom now.
Involuntary manslaughter. And you do this until you get all the way down. But as soon as you find a guilty, should they, all 12 of them, then that's where they stop. They sign a verdict slip and they hand it in. That's a great shot right there that you're looking at where you can see the sea of pink, which is across the street. Those are the people there to support Karen Reed. And again, away from the front steps of the courthouse because of the buffer zone that was put in place. Glenn, you've been talking with the juror from the first trial who did say that they could hear the chants as those came out.
Oh, look at all those people there, Solomon.
Either police officers or John O'Keefe or however they wanted to present themselves. At times they could be, yelling back and forth at each other. All of that was sort of in the back of that deliberation room. Yeah. And that's been eliminated this time. And you have to be impressed.
You should see all these comments. I mean, people are sick with fear and anxiety.
They have held to that. Alan Jackson, the defense attorney.
There's only, like I keep telling you guys,
you need to quiet down. And I believe
there's a very, very bad chance that 12 reasonable people would get it wrong.
Came into play.
All right, we're going to go inside the courtroom now. We can see that Judge Beverly Cannoni is back on the bench, and she's
all right. Here we go.
Folks in the courtroom.
All right.
Let's listen in.
I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it?
What verdict slip? Do they have a verdict or not?
I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID.
Oh, they actually filled out a verdict slip. And then before they could read it in court, one of them changed their minds, is what it seems like.
So then what happened after?
It's not unanimous anymore.
Right, but
until it's read in court, it's not a verdict.
All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in an open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Oh, wow.
Well,
wow.
I have to say, I can't
You just can't make this stuff up. I mean, it's
this
like
kind
this
of- it's
case
funny,
has
this-
every.
This kind of bolsters what I thought originally, which is that there's one juror. Look, let's just say they've been there for 7 hours today, talking about just one thing. And again, I think what's happening here is they're hung on, do they find her guilty of drunk driving or not? Again, it's pure conjecture. There could be a million other things going on, but I think this kind of bolsters my thought about that for the very simple reason that if this kind of is what would happen if there's one juror who's a holdout, and then that juror gets on board with everybody else, and then they say, okay, great, let's fill it out. They fill it out. We have a verdict. And then that one juror is like, you know what? I'm back again. I can't get on board with it. And like the judge said, until it's read in open court, it's not a verdict. And I'll tell you something else. If they poll the jury, and during the polling of the jury, one of them says, no, that's not my verdict, it's still not a verdict. So even if they submit the verdict to the court reads it, and then they poll the jury, and one of the jurors says, no, that's not my verdict. That actually happened in one of my cases recently, where they polled the jury afterwards, and one of them said, no, that's not my verdict. And she goes, what do you mean that's not your verdict? So the juror said, I wanted to give more money. So then the judge said, but as it is right now, is this your verdict? And then she said, yes. So the judge, of course, had to kind of go through it again and make sure that it was very clear. But yes, that ultimately ended up being, I think, the final.
Yeah, and I gotta say that I agree. I agree on that take. It makes sense to me, at least at this point. Once we heard her say that, they filled it out. They got that person on board, whoever it was, and then last minute they just said no. I'm still not comfortable with it. So, and then they said, okay, well, I guess we don't have a verdict. And now they're back to the drawing board. So now they're going to go back. I think that they want to get a verdict by the end of the day. So, I mean, I think tomorrow is an off day. So that means they'd have an off day tomorrow, not be able to talk about the case or anything. And then have to come back on Friday. So, yeah, no, they are.
At this point, I'd be very, very surprised. I'm not going to say shocked because nothing shocked me with juries. But at this point, I'd be very, very surprised if we don't have a verdict today. I'd say probably within the next half hour. All right, I got to jump off. All right, if we get the verdict, I'll be back if I possibly can.
Right. All right. You know where we are, Solomon. So that's Solomon. Solomon's out. And I kind of agree with him, as I told you. It sounds like there's maybe one or two holdouts, and they finally did convince them, and then maybe. They did, they had cold feet, 2:27, all this action happens. No courtroom tomorrow or Friday? If there's no court tomorrow or Friday, they're going to have a verdict today. So, this is what's so interesting. Exactly. Here's what Nessie says. Did she say she received the verdict before lunch? Yes. It seems like she got the verdict by lunch. They knocked on the door, and I guess they couldn't call everybody or something. So they had to she couldn't call everybody together, so she waited for the lunch hour to end to let everybody know what's going on. And now they're back deliberating. I mean, but it's not going to be much longer. I mean, it's got to be before 4:30 today, right? Probably before 4. Solomon thinks in the next half hour. Who knows how long it's going to take that holdout to agree? Who knows? It's just unbelievable. So they did mark it. They did mark it as an exhibit. By the way, I did notice somebody in the chat. This is Devora Katz, who's actually my sister. So she has made her way into the chat. Stay safe, because she lives in Israel. Well, anyway, tomorrow is a court holiday, as I see some people talking about. And Friday, some people said there was court. Some people said there wasn't court. I'm not sure, but I would assume they do not want to leave today without a verdict. See, here we have Jennifer says, I heard court is on Friday. Is on Friday. Power of empathy, anxiety is at 100%. I think a lot of people agree with you. I ain't no dummy. She said during the lunch break that she had the verdict, or that's when she... Willow, what is sealed in the envelope? What's sealed in the envelope is the verdict slip that was filled out, but then they knocked on the door and said, no, we don't have a verdict. Apparently, that is what's in that's sealed in that envelope. So it sounds like they actually filled it out. They didn't just knock and say we have a verdict. They filled out the verdict form, and then maybe they sent that verdict form to the judge, and then they said, no, we don't have a verdict. Forget that. Forget that. Timeout. False start. Unbelievable. I hope one of these jurors speak after. I really hope they speak after and tell us what's going on. And what happened. Mo Jacobson, so what's new? What's now? They are back deliberating, or they left? No, they're back deliberating. They are deliberating now until they get a verdict, which it's got to happen today. It just has to happen today. And Alexa, I'm scared. I know people are scared. People have anxiety. I'm telling you, there's nothing to be scared about. There's really nothing, because I think the worst case scenario for the supporters of Karen Read, the worst case scenario in my mind is that it'll be hung jury. I cannot conceive that there's going to be 12 people who are going to find her guilty of the serious offenses talking about. Jesse D, have you ever seen anything like this, Martin? No. Very simple answer. No, I have not seen anything like this. You get questions all the time from juries. They always have questions. They send out notes. That's very, very common. It sometimes takes a couple of days for deliberation. But this is there's just always something new. The Karen Read case. Always. Optimus says something stinks. Yep, just like that text message said. Poetic Justice says, if you're not sick to your stomach, you're not paying attention. If you're not sick to your stomach, then you're not paying attention. And I'm sure there'll be all types of memes that will portray the scene that the jury knocks and they say they have a not guilty verdict. And Judge Cannoni looks at it and says, go back and deliberate more. I'm sure there's going to be some memes like that. Simon Kell, strong prayers for your sister. Appreciate that. Poetic Justice, Sister Counsel, stay safe. Everyone's wishing my sister to stay safe. Yeah, we hope so, because she always tells us when there's going to be bombings and she has to run. It's usually like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Like that's like their favorite time to bomb. So she's always being woken up at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and having to run to their bomb shelters. Anna Ayala, does that mean we would know eventually what that verdict that was not a verdict is? Well, she sealed it for now. That's what she said. She said it's being sealed, so no one's going to have access to it. Eventually, maybe will she ever unseal it? Maybe. Just Jello 8 says, Brother Counsel, you can't leave us with the fan again. All right, you guys want to hang out? We'll hang out. We can switch to the Brian Koberger hearing if you'd like. So should we switch to that? Here's a question by BJM. Why does that slip go into evidence? It doesn't go into evidence. It just gets marked as part of the court file. That's all. It's not evidence. This is so bizarre. LOL. Everything about this case is so bizarre, isn't it? Joe Rowley says they haven't done the Allen charge yet. That's true, but they only need the Allen charge if they say that they're hung. If they say that they have a verdict and they just want to keep deliberating, then there's no reason for an Allen charge. Edge of the ledge. If they come up with a new verdict, what happens to the first verdict? Nothing. The first verdict is meaningless at this point. It's just a piece of paper that's in the court file, but it's meaningless. Jennifer Mendoza, you guys kill me for my accent. Supposed to believe they didn't look in the envelope. We're supposed to believe they didn't look in the envelope. Oh, my accent. I didn't even know that Michiganders have an accent, but I'm finding out. See, Fermented Opinion says, right, I was asleep and BC got a hold of me. I'm sure they're easily gotten a hold of. All you got to do is breathe into the microphone and people start waking up. I think a sentiment that a lot of people are feeling, my productivity at work is definitely going to improve once this trial is over. LOL. Who knows how many... Wait, what do we got?
Issue later on that parties want to be...
Oh, this is okay. This is just they're replaying it. Sorry. They're just giving their commentary on it, but nothing happened. I ain't no dummy, says 227, no verdict, but a psych out. Jen has to be behind this. Same question by Pauline Baker. Will the sealed verdict ever be opened? I'm not sure. Right now it's sealed as the court file, so nobody's going to have access to it unless Judge Cannoni decides to unseal it. Lally's stooge stool. Did I miss the verdict?
They didn't have a verdict.
So there you go, and she here you can see her taking it. She had it.
Okay, they just keep playing this again, so it's psyching me out now that something's actually happening, which is why I keep pulling it up. Did you miss the verdict? No, you didn't miss the verdict. Okay, if there was a verdict now, there would be you would sense it from the chat, I believe. So, oh. PJ says, Karen or defense team can't go through this again. Well, I'll tell you something. They ain't got no quit. All right? So don't worry. they have to do this again, they will. They ain't got no quit. I'm telling you, if this verdict slip would have been a little bit more simple, we probably would have had a verdict yesterday or the day before. And by the way, I'll tell you, in case you're nervous that she's going to switch the verdict, she's not, because what's going to happen is that once she reaches the verdict, she's going to pull the jury, and if the defense, you're going to ask to pull the jury, or the prosecution, whoever it is, you're going to ask to pull the jury, and once they pull the jury will tell you whether it's their verdict or not. So there's no chances of them slipping, switching the verdict forms. So don't worry about that. Let's not get a little crazy here. The fan makes me so anxious. Some people don't mind the fan. Okay, well, it looks like Solomon's back, so he can back and hang out with us until we see any more news. Nothing. I'm just going through some of the comments now, but we're still waiting. We're still waiting. People are nervous that she's going to switch the verdict forms.
That doesn't happen because they're going to pull the jury.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh yeah, that's an absolute impossibility. The jury will be pulled, and I'd be shocked. Usually, well, depends on the judge, depends on the court. Very often, they'll ask either side, "Do you want to pull the jury?" And if either side says yes, then they pull the jury. And very often, the court will just on its own pull the jury without even asking either side.
Question from Villa 64. Curious to know how long after did they change their mind?
That is really funny. How long?
Yeah, that's how everyone asks questions these days. How long?
Very good.
That's it's like gonna be one of these things. Like if you know, you know. You're gonna ask a waiter how long, and they're gonna say something like 227 or 26.3 or 1162-2, and you guys will be laughing, and no one else will know. But Solomon, I'm sure. Have you ever had this? I'm sure you've never had this. Like everything that happens in this case is like just the first of its kind, unprecedented.
I've never had a jury say we have a verdict. Just kidding, we don't really. That has never happened.
I know.
I mean, that is just, and now I'm guessing that very quickly, whatever happened, they're going to fix. And I mean, at this point, I would think peer pressure is going to come into play also, because it's been 4 days and 2 months. And for them to say we have a verdict, no, we don't. Again, I'm more convinced than ever that it's just one person who's a holdout on whatever it might be. And everybody else is just, on that person's case. I would imagine at this point, they're just going to get on board. But who knows? As I've said before, you never know what a jury's doing.
Yep.
Maybe they'll convict her on all counts. Who knows?
And Simon, everyone keeps asking if this sealed verdict will ever be opened. Right now, she said that she's sealing it as part of the court file. She said that she didn't even look at it, but she's saying that she's sealing it so no one has access to it. Do you think it's ever going to be unsealed?
Generally, if something's sealed, and I deal with things that are sealed all the time, it could be a social security number, it could be medical records, it could be something having to do with a minor, it could be a sealed conviction. If somebody underage is convicted and there's some sort of sealed conviction, the parties generally are allowed to see it. Certainly the lawyers are allowed to see it, but nobody else is allowed to see it. That's what happens when it's sealed. And I think what she was saying was it's sealed both figuratively and and in fact, because it's sealed in an envelope, and then what you were saying was, as far as the court's concerned, it's sealed as well.
Right. And is it ever going to be unsealed is the question.
Probably to the parties, but probably not to anybody else. Because generally when things are sealed, the parties get to see it. If you look at something online and it'll say sealed document, the parties have it. But there's going to be some sort of protective order or a court rule that governs who's allowed to see it and when, under what circumstances.
Yeah. Well, for example, Salman, the sidebars are sealed for now.
They are?
Yeah, that's what Judge Cannoni ordered in this case, that the sidebars are sealed. But after the trial's over, I'm assuming they're going to be unsealed.
Yeah,
So,
I would imagine that's just, I don't even know what that's for. I didn't realize that they were sealed.
Raquel Sapir, why am I so nervous? I'm not even on trial.
You should join us in trial sometime.
Yeah, I mean, people are very, very invested in this case, and then they put a lot of their efforts, and they really feel for Karen Reed, and I don't blame them. It's when you're seeing this play out, it can conjure up certain feelings, and you really want the right verdict. So I was asking if people want us to put on the Koberger hearing in the meantime.
I'm seeing on court TV right now, jury has reached a verdict.
Right now?
Authorities prepare for verdict to be read. I'm looking at my TV right now. I've got a TV up here, and it says authorities prepare for verdict to be read. Right before that, it said a verdict had been reached. So it looks like we got a verdict. The question is, when the court says all rise, or will the defendant please rise, how many people watching on YouTube are also going to rise in solidarity with her?
Well, let's put this back on the stage. Here's a question, BC. Tell me what you're thinking. I haven't really changed my thinking at all. I think that 12 people are going to get it right. Usually they do get it right. So I have trust in the system. And even if there's one holdout, like I said, worst case scenario, I think there's just a mistrial because it's a hung jury, but or they're hung on one count. But it looks like they have a verdict, and it looks like they're beefing up the police presence. So something tells me that we're going to a verdict. Yep, verdict's in.
Only now, but really through the course of the trial, to keep people safe, to get people in and out. They've kept the news media, as you can see, lined up here. The chasing that used to go on with Karen Reed doesn't really happen anymore. We all stand here, and they haven't been speaking anyway, so it hasn't really been that much of an issue. But it will be interesting to see what happens when this all gets resolved. And there's
the attorneys are sure going to talk after the verdict.
There's a verdict.
John Baroni, thank you. John, you were there for the first trial, so we love having you there now for that perspective of the differences and what it will be like when what sounds like an actual verdict, not a hung trial, a hung jury, but an actual verdict will be coming down. Melody Mendez has also been monitoring the situation, and one thing to keep in mind, Melody, is that this is not a local trial anymore. I know it's taking place in a different courtroom, and it's
we need an all rise sticker.
Is the one
all
that
rise.
is charging Karen Reed, but there are people around
Ladies
the
and
world
gentlemen,
that are watching
you have a verdict.
and so these moments are big, and I'm sure that pressure is on the officers as well to make sure that everything is handled as you would want it to be on the world stage.
JC, you are absolutely right. And I'm so glad you mentioned that, because I do
Jody
think it's important to
Vachmer,
note. I've
do you
spoken
think
to
that Judge
several of
Cannoni
the
reads
police
the verdict?
officers that are out here this morning, all of whom
Or
have
does
said
the
they are
foreman?
just trying to keep
I've
everything
seen
as
both.
civil
Tia
as
Tia Walker,
possible.
this is scaring
They
the
want this to
bejesus
go
out of me.
smoothly. They don't want folks to see. One of them, this was a direct quote from one of them, we don't want people to think that we can't handle this and see the fiasco they saw last time. So there is a very clear sense, JC, as to what you just said, that yes, the eyes are on this county, this city, this town, and specifically this courthouse right now. I've gotten to know a lot of the court officers inside this Norfolk County Superior Court over the last 8 weeks, and I have to tell you, they are all on high alert, as they have been throughout this whole trial, being so cautious and so careful as to every move they make. They are constantly watching what's happening around them. I do want to give you a little anecdote. I just had a chance to speak to some lawyers.
So Jim Osborne says the clerk usually reads the verdict. Well, I guess it depends on which jurisdiction you are.
They were here for,
you know, quite often the foreman will read the verdict.
And they were in the courthouse.
Even within jurisdictions, I've seen different
you got to get out.
customs.
They're in the middle of their case, and
It's like a judge by judge decision.
They evacuated the courthouse, excuse me, not the courtroom. Got everybody out of the courthouse, with the exception
I think most
of,
often it's the foreperson who actually reads it, though. First, the judge accepts it, looks at it, makes sure that it's filled out properly, because if it's not going to get read in court.
And they send it back.
And well, I mean, what usually happens is they walk in, they say, "Do you have a verdict?" "Yes, we do." "Okay, please hand it to me." They hand it to her. She takes a look at it, reads through it, makes sure that it's filled out right, hands it back to the foreperson and says, "Okay, please read your verdict in court." But again,
there is this extra law
who knows? And different jurisdictions have different rules, and different judges have different rules. So we'll see. Maybe it'll be the clerk, the foreperson, the judge.
Should be, no doubt, with
somebody else.
Self-awareness of the attention it's getting. Yes.
I apologize for interrupting. I wanted to ask you.
No,
it's very easy to
I bet you a lot of people just want to see the fan right now until
the color pink.
The verdict is read.
Do you see?
I don't think anybody wants to hear the
I don't want
commentary.
to say opposing side, but do you see other messages in that crowd? Because we see the pink from above and from a distance.
Yes, you know.
So there you go. We got the fan, but we still have their commentary
met a
on.
few people, and I will say only
Got a triple
two.
split screen here.
There are a few people out here wearing shirts and holding
Again,
signs of
I think
support
that it's
for
going to
John
be.
O'Keefe and for the O'Keefe family.
I think it would be not guilty on 1 and 3, and then guilty on DUI if they have a verdict. The only thing that makes sense to me.
Told me specifically, no, I don't at all.
I'm thinking now it might be not guilty across the board.
This time, and he feels like everyone is just kind of
Who knows?
minding their own business.
But yeah, I mean, I would think at this point it's either guilty, not guilty across the board, or just guilty of DUI.
Definitely not.
Right.
Not thrilled about the Karen Reed supporters that were in the area, but he came out here because he felt like the other side wasn't being represented. I do want to mention, too, I have been reaching out to contacts with the O'Keefe family throughout this trial, JC, for the last 8 weeks, and they obviously do not want to talk to the media. But I've been speaking with one of John O'Keefe's closest friends who didn't want to speak for the family. I've just been exchanging texts with him today. And his comments were that obviously this is, and I'm reading this from my telephone as I speak, obviously this is a stressful time. He doesn't want to speak for the family, but look, it's been 3.5 years. They're just trying to trust the judicial process and hoping that a jury is able to get to a verdict without any outside influence. And again, that person not.
Well, Salman, that was a pretty good call, because you said you think we're going to have a verdict in a half hour, and look at this.
His friends and family are
pretty
going
good,
through
Solomon.
at this point, and that's something that's been echoed.
It's
right?
guesswork.
Heard his friends and family say previously they just want.
It'll be no, of course, just to like,
for John, whatever that looks like, and they
just to kind of keep the insanity going. Maybe when the court is polling the jury, one of them will say, "No, that's not my verdict."
Everyone surrounding this case has been so careful to not be chanting outside
that would
not
just,
be screaming
that would just be
this time around,
perfect.
because as we heard from the
Okay,
last time,
go back and deliberate some more.
Glenn mentioned this off the top, that juror said they could hear the crowds outside.
I don't really think that would be funny, by the way.
Certainly not the case, at
That
least
would be
as far as the
lunacy.
chanting is concerned. We'll have to wait and speak to these jurors.
No, that would be
afterwards
lunacy, but
and
that would actually just
find out
fit
what,
right in with everything
if
that this
anything,
trial
they
has been
heard
so
from
far.
inside these deliberations. But it is very clear that this time around, there's not that hoopla, right? That loud screaming that.
No, Melody, we hear you so clearly. We can hear the cars passing. We just heard the screech of tires. That tells you everything when you think of the size of the crowd, and we can hear that kind of minutia.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's hard not to empathize with the sentiments that Melody was just reading, because it has been 3.5 years. And then you get to a day like today when you expect to hear a verdict, and then you hear the fact that actually the jury changed its mind and it doesn't have a verdict. And then you hear again the verdict is reached. So that's where we are right now, all sort of teetering on the edge, waiting for this to come to a close after 3.5 years. NBC 10's Malcolm Johnson is also outside the courthouse. Malcolm, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Well, I'm seeing a lot of crowd of people here. We're all getting excited to listen to the verdict here.
You all mentioned you were able to hear some of the things in the background as Melody was live reporting there. State police and other first responders have things under control here, no question about it. And I wouldn't say that this is a crowd that is overly frantic or excited. Many of them have a sense of calm about them and anticipate.
Well, I guess it's just me and everybody else again. Martin's got to get that computer fixed. Whatever's going on.
Sorry about that. That's a perfect time for that to happen. But don't worry, here we go. We are live right now. Don't worry about that.
Many media members have made their way here, not just local, but from across the country. So let's give you a sense of how people are feeling this way. If we walk over this way, again, hundreds of people here in attendance. Over this way, you have some of Karen Reed's legal team and their vehicles, their escort vehicles that are here waiting as well. I got a chance to speak with Dedham police officers. If you give us one chance, state police are telling us to get off the road here. So we're going to make our way out of the middle of the roadway. We were going to go and speak to a woman across the street. If nothing else, we can try and show her. Anthony, if we come over this way, we can show her. She's the woman in the white with the pink stripes there, and she's speaking with the Metro-elect police officer there. She's got glasses off to the right. I said, Cheryl, would it be okay if we interviewed you? And so that was our plan to do so. That being before state police told us we could not be in the roadway. You see, she's got her hands folded there. We wanted to speak with Cheryl, who's also here with her sister and other family members, because I think the images that you
And in
see
case
right
you're
now
just joining us now, we do have a verdict.
that so many people
We're
have
just
here.
waiting
I said,
for
Cheryl,
the
is it
feed
okay
to
if
go
we
to the
talk
courtroom. You
you?
see it in the
She
top right
flashed her
corner.
smile now. She said,
You've got
sure,
the
it's
fan,
fine.
and as soon
I
as
may
Judge
cry,
Cannoni takes the
but
bench,
we're happy to talk
I'm
to
assuming
you.
you'll
So
stop hearing the
there is this
commentary from NBC
anticipation,
Boston, and they'll go
but
straight to the
there is a sense
courtroom.
of calm. I think another part
So
of the story that we'd like to tell is I just got a chance to speak with a resident, and she said, we cannot wait for this to be over. She said, yes, we believe and stand for people who want to peacefully protest, but this is a lot. It's burdensome on our town. There are no parking spots. It's interfered with our budget. Police and fire department are utilizing all of their resources. And so I think for those reasons, while we do see people here peacefully protesting, locals are ready for this to conclude. So we'll send it back to you guys in studio and continue to give you all a feel of what things are like here.
Well, look, I mean, they're all in the courtroom, Solomon. I mean, they're all in the courthouse.
Things are peaceful. Things are
What's
quiet
taking them so
as we
long
continue
to get them
wait
into the courtroom
to
and
get the
get
response
the
to
jury
that
rounded
verdict.
up?
It's such a heavy moment.
There could be a few things. It could be security issues. It could be making sure that there's enough sheriff deputies. Anytime you have a case like this where it's
going back to the sadness
this
that no matter
highly
what this
charged
verdict is,
emotionally,
John doesn't come home.
and
They do have a civil suit,
so many
no matter
people
what this verdict
interested in the
is,
outcome,
they will continue
you're going to want to make sure that
their
pretty much
fight, no matter
every
the
deputy in the
verdict.
building is in that courtroom
It appears like
to make sure that
will
things are safe,
continue. We'll see
and that there's
how
no
emotions
crazies
are
that show
handled
up and
because it
kind of make
has
things
been
go
3.5
go wild.
years, and we know
So I
this
mean,
time
there's a
believe
few
that
things
there's a verdict,
logistically that
that
they're
said
going to
they
want
have a
to
verdict, but Glenn, as
make
you
sure
pointed
are in
out,
place.
they handed in a verdict
Yeah.
slip just an hour ago.
See,
and they had a
yes,
verdict
your
to pull
call
it
is that
back.
everyone's
So
already in the
our-
courtroom, but they just
our
want to make sure that
understanding is that
they
this
have enough
is now the
security in
verdict,
place.
that's going to be
It
delivered.
could be somebody had to run to the restroom. There could be a
What
million
their fate
things.
is, 3 charges.
I wouldn't read too much into this. I
Whether or
don't think
not
this is
No,
an
looks
excessive
like-
delay.
All right, they better cut it. Here we go.
Conclusion on those 3 charges. We are now going live to the courtroom.
Here we go.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remain standing? All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yes. Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdict slips been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Yes. Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? Charlie. No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Yes. So say you all? Yes. 003, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records it. You upon your oath say the defendant on 001
there we go.
is not guilty, on 002
Not guilty, guilty of drunk driving, and not guilty.
and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back to service this complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise.
Well, I mean, this is why. You watch Brother Counsel, because I mean, this is what I've been saying from day one. They would have just charged her with DUI. That would have been the end of it. But they decided to go for the home run. Took a long time, but yeah, not guilty count 1, exactly as I called it. Not guilty on count 3, and count 2, only lesser included was DUI. So there you go. Solomon, final thoughts about this?
I think the jury got it right. I think it's going to be interesting to hear what the jurors have to say afterwards as far as what was going on, assuming they're willing to speak. I'll tell you, the person I really want to hear from right now is Alan Jackson. I'd love to hear what he has to say. Frankly, I'd love to hear what Brennan has to say also. I'm sure that they're both going to be doing lots of interviews in the coming days and weeks. And I mean, I think this case brought out the best in some people. It brought out the worst in some people.
Do not want these records sealed. To request that these.
Why can't we hear him?
Solomon?
Why can't we hear him?
No, I know they're just replaying it. They're just replaying it. I'm sure there's going to be some sort of press conference outside.
Right.
So I'm just pulling it up because I'm sure there's going to be some sort of.
And by the way, I want to point out to everybody, even with all the questions and even with 4 days of deliberation, the jury still was confused in reading the verdict. They said, count 2, how do you find not guilty? And then the judge had to say of.
Exactly.
And he's like, oh, well, yeah, guilty. They still didn't realize how to read the verdict form, even though they filled it out. So this verdict form was confusing. It was confusing from the beginning. I don't think it should have been done that way. And of course, now, in hindsight, the question is going to be, should the defense really have asked for drunk driving, or would the verdict have been not guilty, all counts across the board? Because, of course, now in hindsight, it's easy to say, well, maybe they just would have found her not guilty of everything. But, obviously trial lawyers don't get to think in hindsight. They just get to think in terms of, in the field and deciding what to do, sometimes under the gun. And in this case, I got to tell you, the defense team did an amazing job.
1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence, 1 year probation.
Oh, wow. She was already sentenced.
Oh, did they just do sentencing right now?
Yeah. 1 year probation.
Okay, let me just go back to hear that.
Wow.
That's what I just heard.
Defendant not guilty or guilty?
Okay, hold on. Let's just hear it.
You seated?
Karen Reed has been acquitted in the murder that she a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Let's listen in again.
Not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the request not to seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must have been to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges,
We need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
We would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay. Okay.
Well, that's what Hank Brennan said. He said, "Oh, right now." He said, "Okay, we're prepared to do it right now."
Set a date for sentencing.
They're going to do a date for
Prosecution says they
sentencing,
are
and then they said we're going to do it right now.
Mentioned JC would be
Yeah,
offense.
good. They got it right.
For a first offense.
The jury got it right.
Here.
Good for them. Good for everybody. Here we go.
John O'Keefe's family sits, the side where his supporters sit is up. And so, reacted to this, we not know. There, you people have pictures of. There you see.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. 1 year probation. I mean, that's obviously
Karen
amazing. There's Turtle Boy, as you see.
Light blue suit, and she is allowed to leave. She is a free woman. She is on probation. But she's free.
Yes, she was, of course, found guilty of OUI, but this is unequivocally a win for the defense. After 2 trials.
Okay, so I'm assuming we're going to hear the
3.5 years, 2 trials that took about
this thing, and then I guess we'll have a little more conversation.
This defendant is leaving guilty only of OUI and not the more serious charges that she was facing.
Oh, wait, did you hear those screams from the outside of the courtroom?
Yes,
So let's
absolutely.
go now to Melanie Mendez.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. I can't wait to hear what the lawyers have to say. And now that she's been sentenced, they have no reason to just not let loose. As long as the sentencing was still hanging over their head, the defense couldn't really say their thoughts. Here we go. Let's see what they say.
And they went nuts.
Let's see if Hank Brennan has the audacity to talk to the media now. Explain.
No, he's not
And
going
they
to.
went crazy. Now walking out right now are members of Karen Reed's team, walking out to this screaming Turtle Boy. As you can imagine, when he walked out, there was an absolute uproar from the crowd. Folks on the Reed team pumping their fists. We haven't seen her main legal team quite yet. And I do want to point out that we saw the O'Keefe family go in the side ramp. My guess is we will not see them coming out. My guess is they will be allowed to go out through a different point of egress. But you can hear them chanting "Free Karen Reed," and they've been in and out of these chants. But it's been really interesting, you guys. This crowd is just amped. Can you hear them? Yeah, let's listen in for just a second.
You hear them? Free Karen Reed?
You guys, the only thing I can equate this to is a concert. I have to say, as soon as Turtle Boy walked out of the doors of that courthouse, this crowd went crazy. Arms flew up, and it was incredibly loud. I turned around, there's a group of attorneys that were standing on the corner of the street, and they asked me, "Who is that?" And I said, "Turtle Boy," and they said, "Oh, that makes sense." Of course, he is the online blogger who has been.
I bet there's a lot of tears right now.
Reporting of this case, at least in the beginning.
Seems like that from the chat here. All the women here are crying away.
Many of the followers here.
Understandable.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is a big win for Karen Reed and frankly for justice. This is a big one for justice.
I love you. As they all quiet down, I would anticipate we're going to see Reed and her team walk out here any moment. I do want to note though there was a lot of crying from inside that courtroom.
They're going to walk out in a second, so I don't want to get too bogged down. But here's the comment from Quita G. Why am I crying? So happy for Karen. And by the way, I work with one of the witnesses who testified in the first trial on her behalf. I've never been this happy for a stranger. Karen is free.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Yannetti,
well, for those of you who are watching a trial for the first time ever, this is the kind of thing that happens at courtrooms and courthouses every single day all across this country. And there's all kinds of justice and sadly injustice that takes place every single day. This is one particular case which I think showcased the best and the worst that some of our judicial system has to offer. And welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of the judicial system.
Yeah, I mean, Solomon, you've been there before when there's a not guilty verdict. I mean, you know all the emotions that are involved in that, and you know exactly how they're feeling. But as soon as they come out, obviously we'll go live with it. But giving somebody who is innocent, you know exactly what that's like. You've got innocent people off the hook when they're facing serious jail time. You know what those emotions are like.
The second greatest feeling for a lawyer is hearing a jury say not guilty when you firmly believe your client is not guilty. The single greatest feeling for a lawyer is walking an innocent man out of prison after you got him exonerated.
And you've done both.
Done both. This is a massive win. They took on an entire police department here with all of the problems that were involved in this case. And goodness Lord, were there a lot of them. Speaking of which, l'chaim. And to take on
out of your solo red cup.
Yeah, this kind of uphill battle is just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real battle. And I think that a lot of lawyers out there like myself and you, once we started getting into the weeds of this case and we started having real problems with the prosecution in this case and with the evidence and some of the rulings. And as lawyers, I know that there are some people that were nervous to cover this case because of the backlash, because of the nastiness that you would get from the other side, which I've gotten my share. And I'm pretty objective. I pretty much stay in the middle, as you know me. And I'm pretty even-keeled. I got a lot of backlash anytime I'd say anything positive about Karen Read. And anytime I'd point out any sort of problem with the prosecution's case. And, you know, people stayed away from this because of that. I know people, they stayed away from covering this case because of that, but that wouldn't, you know, but lawyers have a duty, like, you know, we're fighting for truth and justice every day. And when you see something like this playing out in front of your eyes, how can you just stay quiet?
Now, of course, the real question is going to be what kind of investigation is going to happen now into who killed John O'Keefe? Because I got to tell you, the real victims in this case, Karen Read is a victim. There's no question about it. What she just went through, nobody should have to go through. But John O'Keefe's family, what they just went through, the way they were played and the way they were used as pawns is really sad and really unfortunate. And really the question is going to be which law enforcement agency, if any, is actually going to look into who killed John O'Keefe. It wasn't the car. That theory never made sense. It never made sense. It still doesn't make sense. It's ludicrous to suggest that a vehicle driven by Karen Read or anybody else hit him and killed him. It's lunacy on its face. So the question is, how did he end up dead the way he ended up? What happened to his arm? What happened to his head? Haas longed to die in the cold. Please. The real question is, will the real killers ever be held to task? And that's what I'd really like to see. I'm curious what the FBI is doing. I can imagine they're watching. And now that there's a verdict, they're free to do what they got to do.
And you know that it's been 3 years and the dog is rehomed. The house has been sold. Phones have been destroyed. You know, that's going to be a real impediment to some more investigation being done in this case, you know, by any law enforcement agency. You know, it's just you sit prosecuting the wrong person for 3 years, and now you're gonna start again.
Well, I mean, the real question is what the FBI has. If the FBI has something, if they've been, you never really know what the FBI is doing. It's kind of like knowing what's going on in a jury room. It's just impossible because they don't have to really tell you anything. But I sincerely hope that whoever it is who killed John O'Keefe sees their day in court.
That's right. Justice for John O'Keefe. You know, and also, like I've said to you, and I've said this a number of times, I feel bad for the O'Keefe family because, you know, they put their faith and trust in the DA's office and the police investigation in this case. You know, they came to court thinking that Karen Read was the one responsible, wanting justice for John O'Keefe, and it was completely misguided. You know,
yeah,
and there's no winners. Karen Read had to go through 3 years of her life like this, facing the real possibility of being death in prison, like you say. And then the O'Keefe family is obviously upset about the death of John O'Keefe. And now, what do you have? You have a botched investigation focusing only on one person, real problems with the investigation. Now, 3 years later, a lot of things are stale, a lot of things are destroyed. Who knows if he's ever going to get any justice, John O'Keefe. And by the way, Solomon, I saw that there's some sort of Twitter out there or some sort of post that people have said that they've collected money for people that have information to lead to the real killers of John O'Keefe.
Wow.
And they have this like a reward out there. So if people have information that can lead to the real killers coming to justice, then step forward and get a reward. Ross Beaver Diver, thank you, BC and Salmon, for all your insights. I don't know what's taking them so long to get out so that they can give their press conference.
I would imagine that they're gathering up their files. Their file is probably bankers' boxes huge. It's probably going to take up the better part of a trailer. I can only imagine that. I mean, you've seen when we go to trial for a week, we've got binder after binder after binder. If you're going to go to trial for 2 months and not even call all the witnesses, there were probably binders on witnesses who didn't testify. Each side probably had binders on Proctor if he would have testified, either on direct or on cross. That's the thing that I think a lot of people may not understand about trials. You have to prepare for every single move. You have to have a file basically on every single witness who may testify, and you have to know how to present them or alternatively how to attack them. And if you've got binders and binders and boxes of evidence and documents and pictures and records, then when the trial's over, you got to schlep all that stuff out. Very often the court will give you room in the courtroom or in the courthouse somewhere to store those files. But now that it's over, I'm guessing they're gathering everything up. So it could take a minute to get out. Plus security is going to want to make sure they're safe. It could be that the sheriff deputies are saying, okay, hang on, don't walk out just yet.
Right. I mean, look, people that have not been involved in actual trial practice don't understand. They can't appreciate how much time goes into everything that you see play out in court, and then everything you don't see. All of the preemptive research that you do, in case this argument comes up, what's my research? How am I going to fight this? And I have to do research on that legal argument, and then the other legal argument, and then what happens if they argue this? And then there's so much that you don't even see play out in court that you're also preparing for. Like what you said, witnesses that aren't called. There's just an inordinate amount of work that goes into it. These trials, and especially a case like this with such high stakes, and especially when you feel so strongly about the innocence of your client, that just makes it that much more stressful. Fletch Lives, thank you both for everything. Here's a very nice $50 from Rebecca. Thank you for your time and knowledge. Just the truth with no cussing on your channel. So appreciated. That's right. We try to make our channel without all the profanity that you can sometimes find on other channels. We don't do that here. You can even have your children tune in.
Martin told me I'm not allowed to, otherwise.
Florida fan, thank you, BC and Solomon. Slinky 2021, BC's, love you all. FKR is over. Lally Stooge Stool, Karen is free. Thank you both. Karen is free. And this is great. When you see the system work in the way that it should work, it just gives us all that much more confidence in the system. And that if you actually are innocent, then you'll be proven innocent. And you'll get not guilty, even despite certain odds against you. Despite sometimes bad rulings, as we've seen in this case from Judge Cannoni. You get, you have Alan Jackson.
At the end of the day, something you and I have said over and over and over again, and I think every trial lawyer will say this: the jury usually gets it right, and they got it right in this case.
100%. The jury got it right, and that's why it's such a breath of fresh air, and it's appreciated. Everybody appreciates a just verdict. That's what it is. So nobody wants an innocent person to go away into prison.
Anybody know what time the verdict was read?
It must have been about 20 minutes ago, like around 3 o'clock. Must have been.
Yeah, I was going to say it was not 2:27. It was probably right around 3.
Well, it was 2:20. I will say to everybody that it really was 2:27 if you account for the 26.3% variance. So if you take 3 o'clock and you deduct 26.3%, you'll get to 2:27. So it's that simple.
Very funny.
Slinky 2021, BC's. That includes you, Brother Solomon. What are your thoughts about first verdict? First verdict. This not guilty?
I think what you're asking is the fact that they said not guilty on count 2 before correcting it and saying guilty of OUI. And that's why it has to be read in court, and what's read in court has to match what's on the paper. The verdict form has to be filled out correctly. The jury has to say it correctly. And if it doesn't, then the court does not accept the verdict. So that part was done right. I can't wait to hear what Alan Jackson
I think
has
you
to
like
say
the way
about
they
this.
said. Yeah, you like the way they said right away, not guilty on count 2, because they wanted to make it very clear we're not guilty on that. Oh, you mean the lesser included? Okay, yeah, number 5 guilty. So this is what this is what I've been saying from day one. Like, after watching the first trial, I'm like, look, you just haven't proven your case. That she's guilty of DUI. Like, that's the extent of this case. So that's where you can make an argument. That's it. Like, everything else should be acquitted. And I'm glad that it played itself out the way that it did. That's exactly the verdict that should have been. So she had a year probation now? Okay, great.
Right.
Yep.
And now everybody else who's been out there calling her a murderer, they all better lawyer up. I'm telling you right now. Everybody who's been saying she's guilty of murder and she's a killer and she hit him and left him and she's a cold-hearted killer, that is all slander. All of it, every drop of it. So anybody who's been writing that and saying that, I can only imagine that Karen and her legal team have a long list of lawsuits that they're about to file.
Well, now remember, she still has the civil lawsuit that she's defending against. You know that? She still has that civil lawsuit, which again, I said from the beginning also, you give me ARCA experts, I'll defend her in any venue, civil, criminal, anything.
Well, I don't know how many people will remember this, but O.J. Simpson was acquitted of murder and then found liable at the civil trial. It's possible that she can be held liable in a civil trial. I just think it's unlikely, because I think that a fact that will be proven as many times as you try this case, a fact that will be proven over and over and over again is that the car did not hit him. For a jury to believe that those marks on his arm were made by a taillight and not by a dog, you would need a jury that is stupid. It's not going to happen. I don't see how it could happen. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. There's all that. That's all there is to it. I think that's your line. We're going to have a T-shirt with Brother Solomon. That's all there is to it. Could we get BC logo reusable red Solo cups made? Solomon, how about that idea?
I love it. I mean, we're going to have to make some. I think the Radnor Law Group hockey team this year is going to be the Brother Counsel hockey team this year. So we're going to have to make sure that your jerseys are in your merch store.
All right, not a bad idea. You want to join and root for the Brother Counsel ice hockey team in our Bear League, you'll be able to get one of those jerseys from the Brother Counsel website. But we're still waiting for Alan Jackson and the defense team to come out. It's funny because, Solomon, what do you think about this? Like, do you think that automatically the gag order is lifted, or do they have to ask the judge in open court, Your Honor, just want to make sure that the gag order is lifted now and we can talk to the press? Because lawyers have the gag order.
There's no more case. How could there be a gag order? The case is over. The case is done. Especially now that she's been sentenced. The case is over and done. Now, what's interesting is she gets to
By the way, wait a second. Solomon, I do want to say one thing, and maybe this, I think that was, I don't know what you want to call it, but for Hank Brennan to say, let's just move on to sentencing now and just get the probation done. Like I like that. I like that. I think that's respectable. Not let her go for a week and say, okay, we got the DUI, and then try to argue, okay, you won. Let's just do probation and you're done. Like, I feel like that was a little bit of a respectable move. What do you think?
I think Hank Brennan is completely humiliated by this trial. I think halfway through, he knew he was going to lose. And I think halfway through, he was just, sometimes people figuratively, assume the fetal position and wait for the beating to stop. I kind of feel like that's the position Hank found himself in halfway through this trial. Excuse me. And once it's over, and she was only found guilty of drunk driving, and he realizes the case is over, you think he wants to come back in front of these thousands of cheering people for a sentencing? You think he wants to have to come back for that and argue about sentencing? No way. He wants to disappear and get away from here. Now, Alan Jackson, on the other hand, he's a hero. And Alessi,
really
and they had an excellent legal team. But Alan Jackson is next level. That guy is a force to be reckoned with in the courtroom.
Yeah. I mean, I think you said it perfectly. He's a force to be reckoned with. He's next level. Bev wanted sentencing next week. Zero attention. And they just said, let's move the sentencing right now. Boom. 1 year probation, done. And now she's done. She's a free woman. I mean, she has whatever probation is. She's probably not allowed to drink alcohol.
That's probably true. By the way, I'll tell you something. Judge Cannoni wants this case over and done with, too. I can guarantee you that. And now, of course, we're going to have to see who decides to write a book about this and who tries to make a TV show about this.
I know. Solomon wants me to write a book about this.
I've been telling Martin that he should write a book called Framing Karen Reed, and in it he should go through the evidence in this case, because I haven't seen anybody on the internet or otherwise who knows the evidence as well as Martin does, except for maybe Alan Jackson. And I think it would be a very interesting read, and I've been telling Martin to do it. So we'll see if he does.
We'll see. I mean, I know that I'm going to have to keep the channel going. I know we have to keep the channel going because, everybody has a community here now, and everybody wants to stay together and watch more trials together and get recaps together still. So, it's going to have to be, between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. So we'll see about that. But yeah, it's like I was telling everybody, the right thing's going to happen. Right verdict's going to happen. You can trust the process, trust the system, and I'm glad it played out the way it did.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to get that checked out, Solomon?
Yeah. It's not COVID, don't worry.
Maybe there's something that's in that red Solo cup that you're drinking that was cross-contaminated.
Yeah, seltzer. Very dangerous.
Yeah. Here's Solomon. Here's the question. Nicole, why did the judge give her time served after all this? Are you going to tell me Karen has not been partying it up the last 3 years? No. Has been. So there's no time served, right?
Got to be in jail for time served.
What?
If she's taken into custody,
Right.
then that's 1 day. That's 1 day of jail. But this is really crazy. I got to tell you, Martin, when you first started telling me about this case, I didn't think I'd get as invested in it as I did. But as I learned more and more about it, it really got me upset what was happening here. It was so obvious to me what happened here, and it's really kind of sad that it took a 2-month trial to finally free a clearly innocent woman. But at least it's over now. She gets to move on with her life. There's not going to be a Karen Reed trial round 3. And I'm very happy for her. And I'm devastated for the O'Keefe
and most
family.
importantly, it's the right verdict. It's the right verdict. It's exactly what should have happened. And it's just a shame everything the way that it played out. And I think that, this is international. People have been watching from all over the globe, and they see and they think that this is normal. And you have to remind them that, no, this is not normal. This is not how our system usually works. Usually our system is much better than this. We don't go around, just zeroing in on one person because the homeowner is a Boston cop and therefore he's not going to catch any grief. This is not the way that America is run. And that's the message that you want all of these people that are watching internationally to understand when you're covering this case.
Another thing that people need to think about is what would have happened if the police were not so sloppy? What would have happened if instead of red Solo cups they used evidence tags? What would have happened if they wouldn't have been so sloppy with those text messages, writing what they wrote? What would have happened at that point? What would have happened if they would have hired experts who actually have the credentials that they said they have? This case could have been presented in a much better way. And in such a case, an innocent woman could have been convicted.
Here's another thing. Salman, think about this. Think about this for a second. The ARCA experts were hired by the federal government. Now, let's say you have a guy who doesn't have that type of money, and the federal government is not involved in the case. They have to go hire the right expert. They need the money for that. They have to do the right reconstruction. They have to have the right qualifications. To have experts like the ARCA experts get in here and absolutely demolish the prosecution's case, that's also lucky, for Karen Reed in this case. So, I mean, it was like she had some higher powers making sure that she was going to get acquitted in this case. So, no, we're still waiting for Alan Jackson to come out. I think that's what we're waiting for. And I'm assuming there's going to be some sort of press conference. So I'm going to hang out here a little bit more until this is done. Right. Marianne Vitale, we've been watching all along from Amsterdam, and we have a lot of international viewers here.
All right, I got to jump on a 3:30 call. I'll see you later.
Janice Scotland, will Karen Reed face civil court proceedings now? Yes, that case is still going. So it's not exactly ending 100% for Karen Reed. She still has the civil case to worry about. Will they get smart and say, you know what, we'll drop the case? Probably not. They won't do that probably. They're going to want to try to get some sort of settlement or something. I told you in that civil case, the bars, Waterfall and CF McCarthy's are going to be dismissed in no time. Let me get Salomon's thing out of there. They're going to be dismissed in no time. The dram shop action has very, very, very little basis, even to move on beyond to get to trial. They're not going to get to trial against the bars, that's for sure. And then the question about Karen Reed herself is all going to come down to the same question: did her car hit John O'Keefe? And if her car didn't, then she's going to be, the jury's going to find that she's not liable. They're going to no cause the defendant, no cause the plaintiff. So, like I said, I think that her chances are very, very good in the civil case as well. As long as you have those ARCA experts, should be good. Everyone's going back in the courthouse for some reason. All those court officers, not sure why. Maybe they're going to walk them out. Let's see. Brennan is going to, says Nikki, Brennan's going to tell them to drop the civil case. He may, but I think he's just going to walk away now. He's not going to tell them what to do. It's not his case. I don't think he's going to give them advice on that civil case. I mean, he may just walk away and say, try your luck. Try your luck in the civil arena. It's not as high of a burden beyond a reasonable doubt. So. Here's Alan Jackson. Here we go.
You see Alan Jackson there and Karen Reed holding her right hand over her heart as they look out to the crowd. The other times that they've left the courthouse over the last few days, it's been to silence. They've been encouraging the crowd not to make noise so that they don't disturb the jury deliberations. This time is different. This time, this is a victory walk.
Look at Alessi.
She has been acquitted of all of the murder charges in this case, convicted only of a lesser included charge of operating a vehicle under the influence. This crowd has waited a long time to hear from her. Let's listen in as well.
Number one is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
Do you want to see it reopened? Karen, you want to see the case reopened? Should the case be reopened? No, the case cannot be reopened. Alan, this case is over. No, I mean, the case is charging for someone else. What did you say? I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it to Karen and her dad. Her dad has a comment. Let her dad make a comment. Mr. O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter, Karen, the support of the entire Reed extended family. I want to acknowledge the greatest team of attorneys. Our first one that we found was David Yannetti. We added Alan Jackson and Liza Little. Bob Alessi, you know about. All right. It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody for their support from the heart. We love you all of the content providers who help spread the word. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
The investigation.
Let's do this.
All right. Well, no extended press conference from Jackson. Interesting choice there. You know, let Karen Reed speak.
Happier there, David Yannetti pumping his fists in the air.
And that was it. Well, guys, I got to say that I'm glad you were with us for the ride. I'm glad that I can do my part in helping everybody understand this and bringing awareness of all the different issues of this trial and all of the different rulings and trying to explain things and break things down. I'm glad that the right result we just saw play out in front of us. It's always a better feeling when the right verdict comes down. So you got to thank the jury for being attentive and making sure to understand the burden of reasonable doubt and understanding the evidence like we all did. So it seems like that's going to be it for the Karen Reed case for a little while, unless we start hearing about the civil case. So maybe we'll start covering the civil case when that starts getting heated up. Who knows? But there's not going to be a trial in that case for a while, if there's even a trial. You know, so we'll see what happens with that. But look, you know, it's kind of like, you know, we kind of live this together. We've experienced this together. We all kind of became close watching this trial together, breaking it down together, having our chats, and you know, from the first trial, from the second trial, it's really been a journey. It's been a journey for all of us, but I feel like it's been a journey for me. I feel like I've kind of lived through this whole trial myself, almost like I was trying the case or I was like part of the team. So, I mean, it's been great, but don't worry, guys. We're not going anywhere. I mean, we're going to keep this community together. Kin Sue, thank you, BC. Thank you, Kin. So it seems like a new name, so I appreciate that. And we're not going anywhere. I mean, we're going to continue to follow other cases and other trials. And, you know, it's funny because I was thinking about whether are we going to feel together as passionate about a case again? Is it going to be like, you know, I mean, Karen Reed, like, you know, you just felt the injustice. You felt the issues. You felt the real problems. And are you going to feel that same way with other trials? We don't know. But we got to keep following, you know, different things that are going on, and whatever whatever the next thing up is, we'll keep following. And it's always good to learn more about the process and educate about the law and case law and statutes, all the stuff that I like to do. But I'm glad that the right verdict came out. So for the Karen Reed case, I still will probably do one more recap on the Karen Reed case with the reaction about the verdict. Talk about the verdict a little bit more probably in the recap. And then other than that, we're going to be moving on. I think we're going to be moving on. So we'll see you all hopefully back here whenever we're moving on to our next trial. Maybe Koberger. Have to see depending on what happened there. And by the way, I see in the chat all the thank yous, and I appreciate that. I'm not going to go through every single one, but I'm reading them, and I read the comments as much as I can. So even if I don't always recognize you as I'm giving the live, or if I don't respond in the chat, but I do my best to read the chat and read the comments, and I appreciate all of the love and the appreciation that I get. So one more comment here from Joel Raleigh. Great coverage, BC. Let's go all in Idaho for Koberger, just a shady. MM and ex-parents had serious drug trafficking issues. Okay. And Rex Human case. Yes, I know about the Human case. And I know all that. So, yeah, so we'll be looking at all that. So we'll be letting you know. Don't worry. We'll be letting you know. And we're going to be moving on. So thank you all for joining us again. Check out the recap. We'll still have our probably Sunday shows with Solomon. And until next time, have a great night. Take care, everyone.